Okay. Thank you, everybody. We're all set up here, so welcome everybody to Wethersfield's Town Council meeting. This is today, Monday, March 6th. And Councilor Pentelo, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sue, would you do us the honor of roll call?
Councilor Carbone?
Here.
Councilor Clancy?
Here.
Councilor Forrest?
Here.
Councilor Hill?
Here.
Councilor Lesser?
Here.
Councilor O'Connor? Councilor Pentelo?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Here.
Mayor Rell?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. And before we start with the actions on today's agenda, I do have two proclamations, and I think one of them, by looks out on the audience, some of our folks from the Girl Scouts are here, so I don't know if some of the Girl Scouts and Brownies that are over there want to join me right up front. Come on up. I won't bite, but I will bite the cookies that you guys
Yeah,
are
where's the
gonna
cookies?
deliver shortly. I ordered 6
That's
boxes.
the most important thing to bring. I brought cash for this.
Here, come on, right around front here, and you guys can look on out. And I'm serious, where are the cookies? Have they been delivered to the house yet?
Yeah, I brought cash for
I ordered 6 boxes, Samoas, of course, my personal favorite. The Thin Mints, my wife's favorite, they immediately go in the freezer. I don't know if anybody freezes Thin Mints, but that's the only... And then I didn't order the new raspberry ones, but have you guys heard about the new raspberry one? Are they selling like...
Wow.
Sold out?
it. Try the rest.
And then I forget the other one. There's another. Do you girls know the... No tag-alongs, no. What other ones do we have? Samoas, Thin Mints, not the... which ones are they? Nope, not the lemon ones. No, not the plain
All
ones.
good. They're all good.
They are all good.
They're all good.
They will be 6 boxes will probably make it not even 2 weeks at our house.
We're going to start talking about fields that I want to bring up to Girl Scouts. It'll be great.
So obviously no introductions needed. We're talking Girl Scouts, but it is my honor to have a proclamation read on behalf of the Girl Scouts. So whereas March 12th, 2023 marks the 111th anniversary of Girl Scouts of the United States, founded by Juliet Gordon Lowe in 1912 in Savannah, Georgia. And whereas Girl Scouts unleashes the GIRL, the go-getter, innovator, risk-taker, and girls what? Leader. In every girl, preparing her for a lifetime of leadership. And whereas throughout its distinguished history, Girl Scouting has inspired millions of girls and women with courage, confidence, and character to make the world a better place. And whereas through the Girl Scout leadership experience, girls develop the skills and lessons that will serve them throughout their lives so that they may contribute to the communities they live. And whereas Girl Scouting takes an active role in increasing girls' awareness of the opportunities in math, science, sports, technology, and many fields of interest that can expand their horizons. And whereas more than 3 million current Girl Scout members nationwide will join celebrating this American tradition and welcome girls from every background. Now therefore, on behalf of the Town Council, I, Michael Rell, Mayor of the Town of Wethersfield, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby applaud the commitment Girl Scouting has made to support the leadership, development of American girls, and proudly proclaim the week of March 12th to March 18th, 2023 as Girl Scout Week. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the Town of Wethersfield to be affixed this 6th day of March 2023. Well, thank you, girls. Let's see. And your name from the Brownies? Leela, nice to meet you. Penny. Journey. Zoe. Everybody get that? Yeah. Don't ask me. So congratulations to all the Girl Scouts. Okay. So who's going to take this? Who wants it? Get to your parents. Troop leader? You got it. Thank you. Thank you. Everything the Girl Scouts do. We appreciate it. Now for a little bit more serious note, but when this came across my desk, this is something that it's not near and dear to my heart because I don't gamble. I make my money and I try to keep as much of it after taxes and expenditures as much as I can. But it's problem gambling. Folks know that the state of Connecticut legalized gambling, online gambling a couple of years ago. We've had the 2 casinos down in the lower southeastern part of the state, but the issue with gambling has really come to a forefront. And not only the state of Connecticut, 2 casinos, and then the online games have really done a good job of gambling awareness and gambling prevention so that folks don't get addicted to it. But on behalf of the town of Wethersfield, here's a proclamation. So as whereas, on behalf of the town of Wethersfield and the state of Connecticut, I am pleased to join the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services, DEMIS, the Connecticut Lottery Corporation, the Connecticut Council on Problem Gambling, Foxwoods and Mohegan Sun Casinos in promoting the month of March as National Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Whereas promoting National Problem Gambling Awareness Month provides individuals in the problem gambling community an opportunity to educate the public and policymakers about the social and financial efficacy of services available for problem gambling. And whereas problem gambling is a public health issue affecting millions of Americans of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds in all communities, and which has a significant societal and economic cost. And whereas the treatment of problem gambling is effective in minimizing the harm both to individuals and to society as a whole, and whereas numerous individuals, professionals, and organizations have dedicated their efforts to the education of the public about problem gambling and the availability and effectiveness of treatment options. Whereas all Connecticut residents are invited to participate in National Problem Gambling Awareness Month, and therefore, on behalf of the town of Wethersfield, I, Michael Rell, Mayor of the town of Wethersfield, do hereby officially proclaim the month of March 2023 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of the town of Wethersfield to be affixed this 6th day of March 2023. Thank you. Thank you for those. And then we do have 2 presentations tonight. And I did see Kim. Jim, you guys are here. You both want to come up? This is for WEX, Wethersfield's Early Childhood Collaborative.
Text go all the way back? Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to put us on the agenda this evening. We're here tonight on behalf of WEC, the Wethersfield Early Childhood Collaborative. WEC is a group of parents, staff, nonprofits who partner to ensure all Wethersfield children birth to 8 are healthy, ready for school, and connected to the community. WEC celebrated its 10th birthday on the fall of 2022. Over the last 10 years, WEC has evolved and grown in terms of our members, programs, and community outreach. Jim and I are Wethersfield Public Schools staff, and our office is located here in Town Hall Social Services. Early childhood is not all about teddy bears and rainbows. It's really about neuroscience and return on investment. 90% of a child's brain is developed by the age 5, and yet we don't start public education for all children until they reach kindergarten. According to Nobel Prize-winning economist James Heckman, early childhood is a sound economic investment. When you open a 401k or a retirement account, you are told to invest early. The earlier you invest, the greater the compound interest. And investing in early childhood is the same. The sooner you invest, the better.
WEC is very concerned about the downward trend in kindergarten families who reported attending some preschool this past fall. This year, only 64% of incoming kindergarten families reported that their child had a preschool experience. 64% is just way too low. As the parent of a child's right kindergartner who started in the fall of 2022, I personally don't think we can just write this off as a downward trend due to the COVID pandemic and expect it to right itself. In addition to less and less children attending preschool each year, our preschool programs are in trouble. We visited preschools this past December, and classroom closures due to staffing shortages was a common theme.
Aslam has been running the Rainbow Center for more than 20 years. This year, she had to close a 3-year-old classroom due to a lack of teachers. Manny at Pride and Joy has been a child care provider in Wethersfield for more than 20 years. She told us in December that the last 6 months have been the most difficult time for her as the director of her center, including the pandemic. Pride and Joy also closed a 3-year-old classroom due to staffing issues. In August of 2022, the United Methodist Church closed its 3-year-old classroom, and next year they will close their preschool entirely. Bright Beginnings Preschool closed after the spring of 2021. My boys attended the Wethersfield Cooperative Nursery School and Soundbridge Preschool. Both are closed.
Wethersfield did gain 2 preschools, Children of America in 2022 on the Silas Highway and the Learning Experience on Executive Drive in 2021. Both are licensed for over 100 children. I can tell you, as a Wethersfield dad, my family paid $14,700 for Sadie to attend the Learning Experience full-time, August 2021 to August 2022. My neighbor told me she pays $19,500 for the care of her 1-year-old. She bragged that this was a deal because she's paying automatic payments off her credit card. The posted price is $22,000 a year.
So what can we do? WEC is responding to these deficits by working on some unique out-of-the-box solutions. Last January, a Wethersfield parent, Lauren Cardone, was concerned about incoming kindergartners coming out of COVID with no preschool experience. She worked with WEC and PTOs to host playdates for incoming kindergartners, their parents and caregivers. WEC helped to coordinate 5 playdates over the course of the summer. More than 100 incoming kindergartners out of the class of 230 participated. In 2017, as a response to the declining number of kindergartners attending preschool, WEC launched a 100% grant-funded Summer Successful Transition to Kindergarten program. This program has served 121 families over the last 7 years. The program is unique in that parents and caregivers attend class with WEC staff while the children are in summer kindergarten classroom. In many towns, the public schools in the town work in silos. WEC has worked hard over the years to break down these silos. In Wethersfield, the town and the public schools work together to the benefit of our children. We are proud of the work that we've done with the web preschool and the town preschool program. In the past, our office would get calls from families who applied for the web preschool lottery and did not get in. At the same time, we heard from the town that they were having trouble filling their program. So WEC applied for and received a grant from the Wethersfield Greater Together Community Funds. The town preschool adjusted their hours to be the same as the web preschool, and they used the grant funds to cover the cost difference in the two programs. This year, if parents didn't get into web, they were offered a seat at the town program at the same time and the same cost. With this partnership, 31 children were able to attend the town TLC program at a reduced rate.
This year, we kicked off our seventh cohort of the Yukon PEP Parent Leadership Program. I am one of 51 parents who have been certified through the program, all led by Yukon-trained facilitator Deane. Deane is a Wethersfield resident herself. We currently have 10 Wethersfield parents we are working with the goal of graduating in May. If you want to see the effects of PEP, all three Girl Scout leaders here, Trishna, Jennifer, and Laura, our PEP graduates. WEC has evolved to elevate a diverse group of parent leaders. We work with the Office of Early Childhood and the Connecticut Children's Collective to implement the Parent Ambassador and Parent Cabinet program. Avani Montez is our Parent Cabinet member and meets regularly with state officials to raise issues and learn about new programs. Jermaine Namadou and Maria Vasquez are our Parent Ambassadors, who often attend statewide meetings and listen to the concerns of their peers at school pickup, PTO events, and at youth sports.
Because of our creative out-of-the-box solutions and the strength of our funding and partnerships, WEC is being recognized nationally for our work in early childhood initiatives. We have been asked to present in April for the National Association of Family, School, and Community Engagement, Community and Practice. As residents, Jim and I want to keep an eye on keeping our taxes low. WEC programs are 100% grant funded. This year,
Ensure all Wethersfield children, both to 8, are healthy, ready for school, and connected to community.
so as you can see, Jim and I are shaking a little bit, and I'm not going to lie. We struggled tonight with the idea of coming up here to present all of this bad news. But despite the bad news, we would like to end tonight with an ask. Rather than despair, let's dream big and work together to make Wethersfield the best place to raise a family. There's our partner slide.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Jim.
We have a video.
We need Theo. There.
As big as the ocean.
Any questions?
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kim and Jim, for that great presentation and for all the work that you guys do. It makes a difference. So, one comment and one question. The comment and the question are around the attendance figures. So we all know that students who get to go to preschool start off much better than kids that don't, and throughout their years in school, they're generally ahead of kids who don't go to preschool. So we saw that attendance drop from, I think, 76 to 64, and you made the 64%, made the comment that it's not necessarily COVID-related. Do we have a good idea why that's happening and how we might be able to reverse the trend? I think everyone agrees how important preschool is. How do we get as many kids as we can into those programs?
So I was talking to Liz Freitas this morning about the Webb preschool lottery, and this is one of the first years that the lottery's not over full. So Webb has a peer playmate program, so kids with special needs go for free, and then typical peers can apply for a lottery, and the cost is $1,200. And this is one of the first years that the lottery's not full, and what she's hearing from parents is that they need full-time care. But if you heard what Jim said, anywhere between $14,000 and $22,000 for 1 year of care at a full-time center, where are parents left with an option? So they can either send them 2 days a week for 2 hours a day, or they can send them to school for $14,000 or $20,000. So I think kids are staying home.
Do you think that's the number one reason the cost is prohibitive?
We'd like to ask if we could do a survey via Parent Square, so we can approach Mike Emmett to see if we can do a survey. But yeah, it's not good news.
Thank you. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
I just had a quick follow-up to your answer to Councilor Lesser's comments. Do you think that has anything to do, maybe not based specifically on the pandemic, but now that more parents are able to work from home, do you think it's more along the lines of maybe they're just home and they're able to kind of have a more productive work-life balance while having more time with their kid?
Yep.
Okay. Would a survey, something like that, kind of answer that question, do you think? Okay.
I think the other concern, though, in terms of return on investment is the growing number of students in special education. So I believe our special ed numbers are somewhere around 500, so it's about 14% of our student population that's special ed. And I believe it's $17,000 to educate a child in Wethersfield, but a special education student can be up around $100,000 per year per student. So something to think about. If we invested earlier in kids, maybe we could reduce some of that cost.
Just real quick, with childcare and costs of childcare going up, certifications are a major deterrent for folks to get into the business of childcare. Is there anything that the town of Wethersfield could look at for incentives to expand not only the child care, but beyond child care into the preschool level?
How much time do you have?
You have 3 minutes. This is a legislation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I think I've been doing this for over 10 years. I started WEC as a volunteer, and my husband Steve will tell you that most of the time, has really been volunteer. We have done some really creative, out-of-the-box things, and I really think that if the town and the schools got together and we started with the TLC and the public schools program, I absolutely think we could do something that's affordable. So a sliding scale, full-day affordable preschool for families would help parents be able to work and kids get a better education. So.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Kim, Jim, thank you. Keep up the good work. We appreciate it. And it is good to see some PEP graduates out there. Thank you for offering that program. Okay. Theo, you've got technical mastermind. This, for the public, is Dynamix. They're a consulting firm out of Florida, and we had them come in, I think, late summer, early fall, and then throughout the fall to look at our volunteer police department.
The others too.
And as they're getting on, they can talk about it. But this was to look at our volunteer fire department, our 3 firehouses, as well as the services we provide and what improvements, if any, are needed. And I can tell you, one of the challenges facing not only Wethersfield, but pretty much every other town across Connecticut is the lack of volunteer firefighters, both volunteer and paid. So I see Chief Schroll here, and I'm sure he can agree, and others would, that we do have an outstanding fire department, but we do have concerns when it comes to manpower. Our numbers have been decreasing, just as they have across the state.
Yeah, if you just mute the cell phones, I think.
Oh, I didn't see us, okay.
Mary Ellen Stewart, can you hear us?
You are muted.
All right, Mary Ellen Stewart, can you hear us?
Hear you.
Okay, great. Well, the floor is yours. If you want to pull up the presentation. We have the presentation separate? How do you have that deal?
They're going to go through the highlights.
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
How many times have we heard that?
Mary Ellen got it. Who's going to be presenting it? Is it Stewart or Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen. Okay, Stewart.
Stewart.
Stewart. You got it, Stewart.
Smile now.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to not only do this project for you, but to also present tonight. My name is Stuart McCutcheon, and with me is Mary Ellen Harper, and we are Dynamix Consulting Group. Just to give you a quick presentation overview, we're going to talk about the current conditions and service delivery for Wethersfield Volunteer Fire Department. We're going to talk about some opportunities and recommendations, and then have some time at the end for any questions that you all may have. So I'm just going to do a quick overview of your fire service delivery component, because this really establishes the where are we at. Because if we don't know where we're at, it's hard to figure out where we're going to go in the future. So this is just an overview of Wethersfield town boundaries with your 3 fire stations. Overall, your demand for services has got a more or less a linear track up, while it kind of bobbles back and forth. Calls for service are getting greater and greater as time goes by. Down on the bottom right, I want to pull your attention to this. On the left side of this donut are false alarms, good intent, and service calls. This represents almost 60% of the call volume. So if we look, say in 2021, we had almost 700 calls, so almost half of those would have been non-emergency calls. And the reason that's important is because your volunteers are just that. They're volunteers that have full-time jobs and families and other things going on. And so to the extent that we can do it, we want to try to reduce these numbers on this side, so that way we're only calling them to get them out of bed at nights for things that are actually true emergencies. Over on the other side, fires were a little under 9%, EMS type calls were about 7.5%, and then hazardous conditions were about 25% of the call volume. Our temporal variation kind of follows a similar pattern. I'm not sure what happened to June there, but as it heats up and people get more active, demand goes up. When it gets cold, people stay inside more. It tends to go down. Kind of same with the middle of the week. As people are out active in the middle of the week, demand's a little bit higher. And then at the bottom, this is by hour a day. And so about 6 o'clock in the morning, call volume increases, and it stays that way until about 4 or 5 p.m. when it begins to taper off from there. And so the reason that's important is because most of your demand is occurring during the work week and during the day, and this is the time that volunteers are going to have the hardest time getting there because they have jobs as well. This is just a quick comparison of your population density versus hotspot analysis. So hotspot analyses are used by law enforcement a lot. You know, if we wanted to see, last week we were heavy incident of break-ins, and we have a break-in at 121, 123, and 125 Main Street, it's going to throw a hotspot. So this is the same idea. And so as you look at this, you can see your population density there kind of in between the stations corresponds with where your increased density of call volume occurred. The National Fire Protection Association Standard 1720 is a standard that's used for combination and volunteer fire departments. And so just kind of a brief overview of it, the career standard just provides information, and that's all. On the volunteer and combination one, they recognize that as you go from urban areas to more rural areas, probably your resources are more limited, and so they back off, what the ideal response conditions are. But for urban areas, you're almost the same as a career department and measured at the 90th percentile. Suburban goes down a little less. There's 10 people and 10 minutes to respond. Rural, 6 firefighters and 14 minutes to respond, and so on and so forth. So that's just kind of a brief overview of standards we're looking at. This is a 4 and 8 minute travel time. Now, since 1720 doesn't have some of this more detailed information, we went ahead and applied some of these just so you would have the answer to it. But you can see that a good section of the town is covered up in yellow in a 4 minute travel time, and then more or less the remainder they can get to within an 8 minute travel time from one of their stations. This is a predicted travel time from Town Hall, and just to see how that changes a little bit, but it's pretty similar. The Insurance Services Officer, ISO, comes out and they evaluate you about every 3 to 5 years. And so what they're doing is trying to replicate the 4 minute first due travel time for career departments. But, back before GIS and access to a lot of this stuff, people couldn't do that, so they give a mile and a half to try to replicate that 4 minute travel time. And so as you can see, it's pretty similar to what our 4 minute travel times were on the top left. The next one over on the right in blue is your ladder company coverage. And so that's about 75% of the town can be covered within 2.5 miles, because ladder companies typically aren't a first due response unit. They're sent to things like working fires, and they make up the balance of the effective response force. So they're trying to simulate an 8 minute travel time with this. And then down at the bottom, you need to be within 5 miles of a fire station and have water to be able to get an ISO rating, and all of the town falls within that. This is some resource reliability. So on call concurrency, this is when a call is happening, how many calls are going on simultaneously. Or another way to say it is, if I have units on one call, how often does another call come up while they're committed to something else? So for Wethersfield, just under 84% of the time, there's a single incident. However, the other 16% of the time, you have multiple incidents going on, and that's when you'll start potentially running into some troubles. And so I think, a good plan and good mutual aid relationships, and, just a plan of how we handle that is going to be a good thing moving forward. On the bottom right is a thing called unit hour utilization. So, the volunteer departments, the utilization rate's not going to be nearly as high as, say, a career department that runs transport and things of that nature. However, if we look at Chief 1, just for instance, or Engine 31, that's 2% of the year they're spending their time there. So they're giving up a pretty large percentage of their time just on emergency calls, and that's not considering the meetings and the training and the coordinating and additional duties and all the other things that come with that. This is the response time continuum, and so it's made up of call processing, turnout time, and travel time. Call processing is from the time the dispatch center answers the phone until they dispatch the call. Turnout's from the time they dispatch the call until the unit goes en route, and then travel is en route until on-scene time. 1720 gives you standards for response time, and that's from the time you're dispatched until you arrive on scene. In the big picture, from the time you hit send on your cell phone to that first unit shows up, is called your total response time. So for this project, we couldn't extract the data with our National Fire Incident Reporting System codes in it. We had to get that information through summary data. And so we weren't able to break the different performance down by calls. However, overall, your call processing was just under 4 minutes. Your turnout time was about 5.5 minutes, which, folks coming from home, getting in the unit, getting bunked out if needed, and then getting on the road. That's pretty quick. Travel time was just under 10 minutes. Our response time to dispatch to arriving on scene was 10.5 minutes, and in total response time at the 90th percentile is about 18.5 minutes. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ellen and let you speak to you all about opportunities and recommendations.
Thank you, Stuart. I want to start out by just publicly thanking the chief's role. It's not easy to be a new volunteer fire chief, but it's really not easy to be a new volunteer fire chief and have a consultant arrive on site within days of becoming the fire chief. It was absolutely wonderful to work with and super helpful, and we just really enjoyed working with him and his entire team. I also wanted to thank all the volunteer firefighters. They made time to meet with us at night while we were on site, and they were super honest, candid, and they genuinely care about the community we serve, so it was just a pleasure to interact with them. With that said, we do have some recommendations, and the first one is really what we call a priority recommendation. We're recommending that you realign the organizational structure of your system to match your current operations. And in summary, your existing situation is that you have a structure that was established many, many years ago when there were significantly more firefighters and fewer fire calls. The current system has some anomalies, such as a fire marshal who has a deputy fire chief rank who does respond to fire calls, but holds no line authority. Situations like that are based on exceptions, and they always create gray areas in a system. It is our recommendation that it's time to establish a complete system that manages all of the functions related to fire and emergency response with a single clear chain of command where everyone reports to only one supervisor. So with that, I'm going to tell you that we recommend that there's 3 options that you consider. I'm going to give you the pros and cons. It is not my job to tell you as policymakers what to do in your town. I think it's my job to give you the data to allow you to go back and make informed decisions about what is best for your community. So the first option would be a director of fire and rescue services. The second option might be a paid fire chief system, and the third option would be to maintain status quo. As it relates to the director of fire and rescue services position, the pros of that would include the fact that it would create a single department head who would report to your director of public safety, who is the town manager, and it would supervise both the volunteer fire chief and the full-time fire marshal. Right now, both of those positions report directly to the town manager. By having that full-time fire rescue person that's in the office, they will help relieve the volunteers of many of the administrative burdens. What we typically find with volunteer systems is the people that join to be a volunteer become the most active and go to calls, get recruited to be the officers. So now we ask these active responders to take on a leadership role, and we give them additional responsibilities such as checking out equipment, trucks, for coordinating training, filling out paperwork, managing things. So anything we can do to take some of those administrative burdens off the volunteers by maybe shifting them to a director of fire and rescue services allows those people who have full-time jobs and families to free up more time to be there when you truly need them, which is for the emergency response. We are going to recommend that you consider in the organized new chart perhaps reducing the number of volunteer officers. The current setup was done many years ago when you had an excess of 100 members. You don't have that many, so because you've reduced your membership, it probably would make sense to reduce the number of overall officers. We also would suggest that you reassign the emergency management function from the current fire marshal over to the director of fire and rescue services. This would allow you to change your deployment method a little bit. Presently, your 3 volunteer fire companies are all sent to every call that happens because you want to make sure you have a response. What this does is it puts a burden on the volunteers because you're asking them to go to more calls than they might have gone to a couple years ago when only 1 or 2 fire companies were dispatched. If you would consider upgrading your part-time fire inspector position and then your fire marshal position by removing the emergency management duties, they'd have more time to not only complete code enforcement activities, but they're available during the day Monday through Friday, which is when the bulk of your calls are going on. So if you were to send them along with 1 volunteer fire company, you can ensure a daytime response, keep the other 2 fire companies available, and be available for that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th call that happens. Cons to this director of fire rescue position would include the fact that there's going to be an increased cost. If you're adding a full-time position, it's going to cost more, as would upgrading your fire inspector position to full-time. The other thing I would like you to consider is the fact that change is hard. If you do decide to make any changes, it's really important that both the volunteer fire company and the town are committed to working through any challenges that may come up so that you can ensure that this change is successful long-term. The next option, as we relate to the organizational structure, would be the paid fire chief position. It's going to have a lot of the same pros and cons as the director. What I would tell you is that the biggest difference is that if you change the volunteer fire chief position from volunteer to paid, your volunteer fire officers and members won't have the ability to aspire to be the next volunteer fire chief. And when you do this, it often changes the overall culture of predominantly volunteer fire departments. The town may eventually end up with a paid chief, as the system evolves, but this director position is likely a better interim step that preserves the volunteer chief position for as long as possible. And then the third option is always status quo. You can do what you're doing now and you can keep doing it. The benefits of that is that everyone in the system is familiar with it. You're operating in it, they've had that way for years, and your budget does support that current arrangement. The cons are that you've got a situation where your volunteers are being challenged to answer more calls with fewer people. That's also on top of having increased administrative burdens to fill out that paperwork and manage those functions that we talked about. Again, your call volume is happening on weekdays. If you don't push a formal daytime response, perhaps includes paid employees such as your fire marshal's office, there could exist a chance that an emergency call could go unanswered during the day when volunteers are out of town at work, especially if there's 2, 3, or 4 calls all happening at the same time. I would also tell you that the volunteers provide an absolutely outstanding service to the town. It's truly in the town's best interest to support that system for as long as you have people that are willing to volunteer, because the paid fire department is going to add a significant expense to your overall budget. So that was our primary recommendation. We consider looking at that system and finding a way to better align the organizational chart with the operations of your department. Going through the rest of the report, I recognize that time is of the essence. There are a total of 41 recommendations in the report. One was that early recommendation that I just went through. There's 35 general recommendations and 5 regional recommendations. And then for the sake of time, I'm only going to highlight a few of the major recommendations. When we look at recommendations 2 through 5, the theme there is that we want the town to work with the volunteers to try to find ways to reduce the administrative burdens, be it processing volunteer applications, purchasing, whatever you can do to make the job easier administratively for the volunteers would really go a long way to support the system. Moving on to recommendation 6, it probably is time for the town and the volunteers to come together collaboratively, review your current incentive program, ensure that it effectively incentivizes the volunteer firefighters. When you look in the report, you'll see that we did study all of the surrounding towns, both that neighbor you and in your task force, and we provided a summary of all of the benefits and options. There may be some things that other communities are doing that may be interesting to your community. Moving on to recommendations 13 through 17, firefighter health and safety really needs to be a priority. Contract in place to install a vehicle exhaust system in Company 3 to protect firefighters from the carcinogens that are released from vehicle exhaust. We do recommend developing an overall building maintenance plan for all the stations. It would include outfitting Companies 1 and 2 with similar exhaust systems, as well as any other cancer prevention measures that you can incorporate in all of the buildings to protect your firefighters. Following the development of a building maintenance plan, it's really incumbent on the town and the fire department to work together to secure funding and ensure that that plan becomes a reality. Recommendations 18 and 19 focus on apparatus. It's truly one of your biggest expenses. Your units range in age from 46 years old to some of the new units are just 3 years old. But overall, the average age of apparatus in the town of Wethersfield is 17.74 years old, which is at the far end of meeting industry standards for how long a vehicle should remain in frontline service. We recommend that you review your apparatus. You have a lot of them. There's probably some that don't have specific purposes and don't have a lot of use. You could reduce the overall number. That will save money and allow you to come up with a plan that you can fund a fleet of current apparatus that maintains good repair and industry standards and hopefully at less expense to the town. Looking at numbers 35 and 36, this is about performance. We recommend that the town and the volunteer fire department really start working collaboratively and regularly tracking the current performance. It's important that in the community you establish the acceptable performance. We've showed you where you are now. Now you need to decide if that's acceptable. That's great. What do you want to do to maintain it? If you want to change that, we need to add resources to it. But more importantly, we need to add some trigger points. So if you fall below whatever that acceptable performance is that you've identified, you can infuse resources into the system when performance falls below that standard. We would suggest that a strategic plan is really the best way to prioritize the recommendations in this report based on the needs of the stakeholders, and then to systematically implement them. That could absolutely be done internally or externally, but it's just a matter of bringing the stakeholders together, looking at all the options and saying, okay, we can't do all of this today, but what can we do and when do we want to do it? And that's truly the best way to keep this report from collecting dust on a shelf and to actually help it to benefit your system. Finally, we have some regional recommendations. Wethersfield's absolutely surrounded by some communities who are willing to partner with the town and have some really good things going on. 37 through 40 talked about the town of Newington. They're undergoing some really successful programs right now for firefighter recruitment, retention, and training. Joining forces and collaborating with them could expand that positive, successful footprint into both communities. And then finally, another out-of-the-box option is both the city of Hartford and the town of East Hartford have full-time paid fire departments. If there were to have a need to have paid firefighters in your community, there may be value in talking about augmenting them with departments from neighboring communities that come in because if you keep the volunteers in their first few areas and there's still a need for them to respond, they're going to keep responding. What we typically see is if you start replacing them with paid firefighters, and there's paid firefighters in the stations and the trucks are leaving without the volunteers stop responding. So anything you can do to augment rather than replace would really help you sustain that volunteer system for as long as you have people that are willing to volunteer. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your time, and again, thank Chief Shirley. It was an absolute pleasure to work with, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to take them at this time.
Thank you, Mary Ellen. Thank you, Stuart. Any questions for these? Councilman Forrest?
Thank you, Mayor. Excellent presentation. I picked up on one interesting piece, though, was the success that Newington, our neighboring town, seems to be having. Could you provide a little bit more detail about where their successes might be coming from and if they're replicable here?
Sure, absolutely. So, I did meet with the fire chiefs from all the neighboring communities, and I would tell you that Newington is kind of in a renaissance. Good things breed good things. People want to be something positive. There's a relatively new chief that's really gone out and brought people in from the front lines and engaged them to reach different stakeholders. In talking to him, what I would tell you is rather than trying to replicate it, he's willing to expand it. If Wethersfield were interested in joining their committee and putting representatives from Wethersfield that were in those meetings and listening to those ideas and then coming back to Wethersfield and carrying those same initiatives out here, you really could have the same program in two communities with one set of legwork and administrative functions because you're all looking for the same goals.
It's, without having the in-depth look that you have had with this, it seems like that might be one of the, or if not the number one primary takeaways from this particular evaluation. Would that be one of your number one priorities, is to engage Newington in that type of a relationship?
Well, I think recruitment intentions are priority. I would tell you, we did this as a snapshot in time when we came to visit in November. Chief Scholl's done a lot of really good work between November and now. Again, good breeds good. People are hearing that. I think you're starting to see the tables turn, and some of the volunteers that may have left your system are beginning to come back. I think anything you do to support those efforts will help them even more. But yes, absolutely. Why reinvent the wheel? The recruitment and retention program you may be able to do on your own, but for instance, the fire cadet program has been a huge success for Newington. You don't have one that's very active currently, but if you've got people in Newington that have a curriculum and they're willing to work with high school students and junior high school students and get them involved, why you have to create a whole new system and a hierarchy and officers when you could maybe add some administrative personnel that could move over from Wethersfield to Newington and then open that program up to Wethersfield and then have people coming into your system at age 18 that can become volunteers that are interested in being a volunteer.
And what was the name of that program? I did miss it.
It's a fire cadet program. It's engaged. It's designed to go to students. In the state of Connecticut, you can't be a certified firefighter until the age of 18. What this does is it goes to people usually ages either 14 to 16 and then 16 and 18 as junior fire cadets and cadets. And it starts to teach them about the fire service. It lets them learn skills that they can safely do before they become certified firefighters, so that when they are 18, they can go to the fire academy and become a firefighter. But if you can get them in and engaged now, when they turn 18, they're ready to sign on the dotted line, become a volunteer firefighter, and join the team. And it's a great way to come up through the system. I came up through the fire cadet system in Bloomfield. I joined at the age of 16, and I loved it so much I never left. So it's kind of like a feeding system to kind of recruit homegrown volunteers and to bring them into your system as soon as they're able to be old enough to serve.
Thank you.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Mary Ellen Stewart, excellent presentation, and thank you for all your work, very comprehensive. My question, I didn't see it in there. I want to know if you took a look at the number of fire stations, firehouses that we have, and the location, wondering that maybe it makes sense to look at, and if you didn't go through this, maybe something for other folks to look at, potentially moving the one in Old Wethersfield, maybe to the South Steen Highway. But the overall question, did you look at the makeup of our firehouses, where they are and how they can best serve the community?
We did. Right now you have a volunteer system. And so the only way to reduce our times is to have fire stations closer to where volunteers live. And because volunteers change over time, we don't always know where the majority of volunteers are going to live. And so, as far as deployment goes, you've already got those stations there. I think you're probably better served having the 3 stations that you have, so that if somebody's closer to a fire station than, say, if they had to drive across town. If you went to a career model, or if you start having your fire marshal respond to calls during the daytime from town hall, at that point, I think that's when you would condense down into one centrally located locality, and then work your deployment from there. So, because of the system you have, I think you're set up pretty well. But if you started switching to a combination or a career type model, then yes, you probably want to have something fairly centrally located, and I don't know that you would need the 3 stations.
I think it's also important to note that, volunteers really think of their fire station as almost a second home, and that's their family. So if you've got viable volunteers at a particular station, by closing or moving the station, what you run the risk of is people not making that transition with you. So if you ever got to a point where you didn't have volunteers at a particular station, it might be worth reevaluating that. But as long as you've got people coming to that station, you are going to run the risk of perhaps losing people by making change.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Again, thank you, Mary Ellen and Stuart and Chief and Anthony, Fire Marshal back there. I know they worked closely, as did all of our volunteers with you guys to come up with this report. 2 quick questions, and this doesn't have to, it doesn't pertain directly to recruitment, but in one of the recommendations, and thank you again for all the recommendations in here, not only are the 41, but the full summary of every one of them. There is recommendations for firefighter safety, and I know cancer prevention is one of the big ones, but I know the state and a number of other municipalities are dealing with exhaust fans in firehouses, and I think that's one item that's on our agenda. Are you, I guess, 2 things. In Connecticut, are you looking at other firehouses or fire departments for similar, rebranding or reworking of their leadership? And are any of them also looking at exhaust fans for their firehouses?
So I actually did my career in Connecticut. I spent 20 years as the Director of Fire and Rescue Services for the town of Farmington Fire Department. And what that is 3 independent volunteer fire companies, and they're supported by full-time paid staff during the day that the town employs. And when I retired about 20 years ago, my role was to merge those 3 independent volunteer fire companies to work with them. What I would tell you is that as it relates to exhaust systems, we've done other work in Connecticut and across the country, including East Granby, West Haven, Monroe. You're kind of behind the 8 ball when it comes to the exhaust systems. I remember one being installed in the firehouse that I was a member of in Bloomfield back in the early 90s. So anything you do to catch up and get that sooner than later is really going to be a good way to go. On occasion, we do make the recommendation that people need to do that, but for the most part, most of them already have those in place. I would tell you that as volunteer systems are morphing and changing, we are seeing people meet with some success with having that full-time person that can manage the paperwork and the coordination of the system, and to relieve the volunteer chief of some of those abilities so that he can go ahead and focus on managing the people, going to fire calls, running incident command. Some examples of that, again, would be Farmington. As the director, the 3 volunteer chiefs reported to me. I reported to the town manager. I did that for 20 years. Their call volume when I left 5 years ago was about 3,500 calls a year. We more than doubled the number of calls we answered in a year over that 20-year period by deploying differently and making changes and just working with the system. Wethersfield's another example where they created an administrator and did something similar. I was part of the team that helped Mansfield create their first fire administrator, and after about 2 years, they morphed that into a full-time fire chief, but they still have volunteers. So it absolutely is a system that can work. I don't think there's any one-size-fits-all option. It's really a matter of getting your stakeholders together, talking about this and saying, how would this work for us and what works best, and really making it something that works for your system.
Thank you. And then lastly, and more on recruitment, there is a chart, and you did a great job of breaking down some of our surrounding towns and how they either abate taxes, property taxes, give incentives, stipends, per call, stipend for the volunteers. Where does Wethersfield rank in that category of financial incentives or tax breaks and abatements for their department personnel?
I think the biggest takeaway I saw, and probably the area you should focus on, is Wethersfield's current system doesn't necessarily tie activity to incentive. I'd love to see, you're giving different officers different levels of stipend based on the rank they hold. I'd like to see it more closely tied to the more you come to fire calls, the more you get, because that's overall the goal. We don't need people to hold a rank. We need people to get up at night and come to calls. And if you look at a number of the other communities, they do tie the activity to the incentive as opposed to just the rank that somebody holds.
Okay. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Thank you again. We appreciate this, and I just talked to the town manager, I believe, chief, and I think the lieutenants and captains have copies of this report, and we'll be going through it, that's for sure. I liked your comment about not sitting on a shelf and collecting dust. This is brand new, and hopefully we can start tackling it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you both.
Thank you all. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too. Moving on to the agenda. This is the first of two public comments. I'll remind folks that you have 5 minutes to comment, and please state your name and address, and I believe there's a piece of paper up there to record that for you. Yes, sir, right up front. Yep, right where Theo is.
Yep, you're good to go. Sorry.
Michael Fortunato, 28 Fairmont Street. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, and Mr. Manager. I'm here to represent Wethersfield Unico. Our chapter is in Wethersfield, has 100 members, men and women, and we're a national organization of 5,000 members of men and women that promote Italian culture and charity. And before you, I understand there's some proposals to put some lights in the bocce courts, which we applaud and appreciate that proposal. A little bit about Unico. We installed and donated 2 regulation style size 70-foot by 12-foot bocce courts 20 years ago in Millwoods by Loretta's Dream. And we've run the bocce leagues ever since. It's open to men and women and children from residents and non-residents. And the games typically go from 6 p.m. And later. And so there's a need for more lighting as we play in the fall, and which is a safety issue as well. And plus everyone wants to play longer. So we appreciate the working with the Parks and Recs and then recognizing that need. And other things we've done with the bocce court is we've run the town's young adults therapeutic rec program a few years, and we've gone to the Special Olympics with some of the kids playing bocce. And when we do have our tournaments in the fall, we usually have some donations, and the money that we raise from those donations go to Jimmy V. Cancer Foundation and other Unico national foundations. So I just wanted to say that and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks. Are there any questions at all? No, thank you.
Any leftovers from the world-famous macaroni dinner? Mentioned that at the last meeting. Yes. Yep. Cindy. It's dark back there, so I'm trying my best.
Cindy Jacobs, 71 Sunrise Terrace. Good evening, councilors and Mr. Town Manager. I have 3 points I'd like to make. Hopefully I can do that in 5 minutes. I attended the recent meeting with the Keisha Farms plan presentation. The idea of recreational trails, agricultural use, and perhaps 1 or 2 outdoor fields seems like a reasonable balance, something for different constituents in town, a little something for everyone. The large, however, a large for-profit sports arena has problems, significant problems, and I'd just like to point out a few. First of all, I don't see any positive economic spillover benefits. Because it's in a residential area, any hotels, restaurants would most likely accrue to Newington and not Wethersfield due to its location. Secondly, there are significant negative economic spillover costs. It would result in a decline of property values with the traffic, congestion, and so on, since it would be located in a residential area and near a grade school. And also, if neighbors are well organized, it could result in significant litigation costs for the town. Secondly, I'd like to address issues of town maintenance. First of all, with town roads, roads and sidewalks. I'd like to start out with a thank you. I saw Eastern Drive and Sunrise Terrace, where I live, on the list for remilling and resurfacing, and much appreciated. So without giving you lots of examples, which I could, you see a plethora of potholes, roads torn up, uneven surfaces, and so on. I think there is preventive maintenance, but I believe it could be more effective. Not only the roads, but sidewalks. And it's a hazard for drivers and pedestrians. Again, I'll spare you the details of actually my own injury and others that I know. I would like to recommend a sort of interactive website. I've seen this in one other town and as well on the Connecticut DOT website. In fact, if you go on Connecticut DOT, you'll see it. And it's interactive, you can go in, and it works in conjunction with a GIS where you can state where is it, where's the location, and what's the problem. And of course, people do report problems, and I know a neighbor of mine sent an email to our town manager reporting on the problems of Eastern Drive. And I think by the time people write a letter, it's pretty emotional. It's been a problem for a while. And I think having lowering the transaction costs and making that more available to town residents, and it may be somewhere buried in the website. I looked for it, I couldn't find it easily. So the idea of making that approachable, and I think there is a seasonality aspect to it. I mean, the town residents look for in the fall, what's the fall pickup for leaves? I think something similar could be done for the spring. Spring potholes, okay, report your potholes. Make that easy for people, and it can be a congenial annual event. And surely you will hear from residents. That I am sure. But I think that it could provide a kind of a give and take with residents and our Public Works Department before they get to the point where they're writing any angry email. So I also think that this will report potholes earlier, and it can provide, with that sort of spring maintenance, can provide a kind of more purposeful and tactical way of addressing potholes, and you could do, and they could see where things are and be more strategic about it. And a kind of earlier addressing of problems. As a second maintenance issue, I'm often a pedestrian and runner at Wethersfield High School. It's kind of on my circuit. I talked to a Board of Ed member, and I mentioned that there are problems with the disintegration of bricks on a wall. Okay, and it's on the west side of the, I've seen it, over time, it just gets worse and worse. And so they're disintegrating, and that wall abuts, it's like a wall. And on the bottom of the wall, as it gets taller and taller, there's a sidewalk, cement. So and in that area over the weekend, as kids will do, a kid was walking on the wall. So we have a possible tragedy, we have a possible issue of liability, child liability, so that needs to be addressed. And I've seen it get worse and worse. Not only that, there are some bricks that are completely gone, so a person could stick his or her foot in there, trip, okay, and you see the problem. So that needs to be addressed. Also, near the football field, the road going down, the walkway going down, again, I see it get worse and worse every year. The side is falling off, it's just disintegrating, needs to be addressed. Finally, it's been a couple of years since the parking lot has been relayed. It looks great, but I'm starting to see settlement cracks, freezing and thawing cracks. This would be the year to seal up those cracks before they get worse, and then we have to relay the asphalt. So this is the work of the town. This is the responsibility of the town. And I'd like to think, with luck, we'll have less snow this year, although I guess we have some more in the forecast. But if there are monies available from that fund, this would be a good year to address the pothole issues strategically and look at those maintenance issues in the high school. Try to get, especially the asphalt, get that early on and address that safety issue and liability issue in the Wethersfield High School. Thirdly, I give a big thanks to, this is a thank you, to our Mr. Town Manager. Thank you for putting together a grant for the trails. I know you've been hard at work. I know there's the plan of economic development. I just urge you to get started on the Bike and Ped Committee. Hopefully that can get started very early. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cindy. Some of these comments or the concerns you brought up, we have heard about in the past, the high school one, definitely with the disintegrating wall. But one thing you actually reminded me of, it's a program that was born right here in Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut, and it's one of the first ones that I talked to Fred when he came on board, and you actually used it in Rhode Island. It's a company, they brand themselves as See It, Click It, Fix It. I think I have that all correct. See, Click, Fix. So very similar. You see something, you put it right into a system, comes into town hall, goes out to the department, and they get addressed. If it sits there long enough, not being addressed, they get a call from the town manager why it hasn't been addressed. So, but that is one thing that we are looking at, and like I said, it was from right here in New Haven, Connecticut. Okay. Mary, I saw you were next.
Mary Breton, 209 Clovercrest Road. Good evening, Mayor Rell, Town Manager, and Town Council. Big decisions are ahead for the sports fields, and they are decisions that have significant impact. Millions of dollars of ARPA and state funds are in play, and that's a really good problem to have. I understand the weight of the decision before you, and that it is not easy, so thank you for the work and your time and your attention to this. I'm not here to discuss farming versus sports. I'm here to request a process that enables informed, reasonable, and rational decisions, particularly with decisions of this magnitude. In the current process, there doesn't seem to be space for the voices of those who are directly impacted, nor can the public see the needed substantiations for the options on the table and their impact. The project is too big, too impactful, and too expensive to be handled capriciously. We need a consultant. Up to now, there is little information sharing from the council. For example, the idea that was put up for a resolution last summer for an indoor-outdoor commercial revenue-generating sports complex on Keisha Farm. Aside from directly infringing on the intent of the referendum, it would place a commercial facility on a residential zone property. Yet to date, there has been little response to the concerns raised about the direct impact it would have on the surrounding community. If this actually came to fruition, Wethersfield would be the only town in Connecticut to put something like this in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Similarly, 2 Catone-sized turf fields are also concerning traffic, parking spaces, and neighborhood disruption. These are very high-end field shortage solutions that have major impact and they've been pitched by council since late last summer, even before we had the full field assessment by the town manager. But now we have new information. The town manager has released a report which is really insightful and helpful. And one of the recommendations is for the indoor complex or to be placed in a commercial or industrial zone. We also have new information about Mill Woods, that they have room for 2 more fields. And we know that Mill Woods has received a significant funding from a state grant of over $1.4 million. Additionally, the town plans to direct another $3 million or so of ARPA funds for either a complex or 2 turf fields. With the new information, we have choices about fields placement, Keisha or Mill Woods. The new information shows that Mill Woods is a far more sound and reasonable solution for the additional fields. It already is a sports complex, and it has a plan and a vision. The only thing that was lacking was the money, but now we have it. And they've already run, I believe, the infrastructure for a water supply to the additional turf site by the dog park, following their established plan. At the moment, we see an ongoing precarious and persistent theme to move fast to avoid analysis paralysis. But there has been little analysis shared to the public about the rationale for the options that have significant impact. And it is reasonable to expect that those directly impacted by council decisions for a newly intended use of the property in their area would be interested in answers to questions like, why not a natural field at a fraction of the cost? What is the future plan in 10 years for the turf fields replacement? How would 2 Catone-sized fields fit on Keisha with parking and traffic? And I thought I heard a comment from one of the councilors that property values would go up. But where is the data to support that? That would be valuable. And how does this all align with the data that shows that 77% of the survey respondents wanted multiple use, and 71% wanted open space, walking trails, gardening, farming, and similar uses? Why not also wait until Highcrest we understand what's going on with the fields there and the development for the new Highcrest School, and coordinate with the Board of Ed? Perhaps you have all this information, and if so, it would be helpful for the public to see it or hear it. A professional consultant like Peter Miniuti, who's already been paid for, and I don't know, you might be continuing to work with him, or one of the council's choosing, can share information and engage with the community. And I know that's time that you all don't have. You've got enough on your plate. And so it would be helpful to have somebody facilitate that. And a consultant would set a path forward with a plan, assess impact, and ensure the public is engaged and their concerns addressed. The Keisha Farm Committee recommended athletic fields to be part of the solution. However, the assumption was that a consultant would be engaged. And unfortunately, the consultant, the town council, had to cut this funding. It was a tough time with the pandemic and everything. But maybe that's already in the works, as I said, and if it was, that would be wonderful so that we could close some of the current gaps we have now. It's wonderful that the sports community has a robust advocacy from some counselors, but the town council serves the whole of the community. And so in addition to considering the positive impact to the benefactors, the sports community, it must also be balanced with understanding the negative impact those decisions may have. So please honor the magnitude of the decisions before you with due diligence, accountability, and responsibility they deserve. And please consider engaging in a consultant so that our town will be well prepared to meet the moment before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, sir.
Tom Grotke, 100 Old Common in Wethersfield. Appreciate the time tonight, council members. I can't articulate any better than Mary did there. I'm in 100% agreement. Obviously don't live immediately where she does, but live in Old Common right around the corner. My 2 kids are older, but they played every sport in this town. My daughter even handles the field hockey for the 4th to 6th graders, played for Wethersfield High School, very engaged as he plays down by the Cove, right, which is a bad area to play. And I know we need fields. We need fields. I started the Babe Ruth program when we didn't have it, and we were struggling with all those types of things. And I think it was this young lady and her team who actually dumped sand in the fields for me to not let me play there because it was supposed to be for football. So I know we need more fields when we have baseball competing with football and field hockey competing with soccer, and that's all great. But I think a couple things have to come into play. One is, in the material I looked at, there's no traffic studies. If you drive through there now just with the little kids playing soccer and stuff around there, I'm surprised we haven't hit anybody. It is absolutely unsafe. It is a risk to this community, and it's been that way since I've lived here since 1987. Every weekend, it is a major risk that a kid is not running out in front of a car. And we're going to try to put more fields and more things. I know we'd put a parking lot, maybe be better, but parking lots have a habit of overflowing. Have you been up to Yukon with the new hockey rink? They don't have enough parking up there, so we have to walk all the way up, double park, hope don't get ticketed. It'll be the same thing here. You put 2, 3 sport fields there. It's great stuff. The other thing is, why did we only look at 2 areas? Why did we only look at property we own? What about down by the river? Look what Glastonbury did 10 years ago. That's a beautiful spot. If it floods, who cares? Plus, you can put lights up there, and nobody's going to compare about lights. It's flat. You can probably get that property extremely cheap. There's probably not going to be a 100-year flood to wipe it over, to move that property over to Glastonbury. That's a risk we have, I understand. But, I kind of look at it, and I just sit there and go, wow. And the second thing, they did talk a little bit about the space. They didn't analyze how much excess space there is in Melwood's. I mean, Melwood's got the 3 baseball fields, they got empty space there, they got the other baseball field, there's a ton of space there. Plus, it's all ready for sports. Probably has a little better traffic pattern going out to 275, but the reality is, I know it's a residential area, I live in the same area, I drive around there every weekend and pray to God they don't hit a kid. I'd love to see the sports, but I just cannot, I'd love to see, there's got to be a traffic study. If there will not be a traffic study, you will be sued. I mean, it's just, there's no way us residents can put up with that kind of a major change. Tell you the truth, I'd love to see tobacco growing there, right? Get some Connecticut shade tobacco again for our cigar smokers, since they did away with it with Amazon. But it just kind of concerns me. It kind of came new to me. I wasn't able to go to all things last summer. I started to pay attention, and then I got the report and I said, boy, we need a lot more work done here to figure this out. We do need more sports fields. We do need to make them better. But it's kind of a tough area to put it, right? So I think we got to study not just property we own, but maybe look at other property we could buy, right? Let's expand our eyes a little bit. Let's take a peek at it and see about that. The other thing I'd say tonight is the fire marshal left. I am 25% of his false alarms, so I am a problem, and I will apologize. I'll try to do better.
Stop smoking those cigars.
That's right. It's not me, it's my family. So that's all I want to say. I will keep my eyes open. Mary, I agree with everything you said. Well done. Let's get a consultant. Let's open our eyes. Let's spend it wisely. There's no reason to rush to get this done. The property could be used for and think of the trees we're going to wipe out there. We really have to think about it, right, and put it in the right spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Lee?
Lee Schwartzman, 334 Highland Street. Good evening. I get to skip a bunch of the traffic stuff that you just covered, so my wife will be happy because that was her part. Hello, it's me again, the guy that bought a house next to a barn. I'm getting up here once again with somewhat the same theme that I spoke of in the fall, but I wanted to start with my vision from last night. When I went to bed about 9 p.m., I went to our window to close the shades, but before I did, I looked out the window. Right there is the barn. The moon was out. It would have made a great picture. Then I looked across Highland. Yes, there are some streetlights, but it was a nice view across the street to the farm. Dark skies, pretty sweet if I say so myself. Living in the suburbs next to a barn and across the street from a nice open field. Not bad for a school teacher, huh? One would say it's almost the American dream. I do worry what that view will look like, especially across the street when I go to bed in the future at 9 p.m. Will it be the same? Will there be big lights lighting up multiple turf fields at 9 p.m.? Maybe you all have decided that by now, and maybe you haven't. On fall and spring afternoons, what is Highland going to look like in front of my house? The combination of the traffic from new fields and a parking lot that the consultant said would barely fit for one field, and a new school whose initial plan was to be even closer to Highland Street. And this is all in combination with the afternoon parking lot that Highland already is on fall and spring afternoons. It's hard to imagine the view, but I bet it won't be as idyllic as it is now. I've been to many sports complexes with my soccer-playing daughter and my lacrosse-playing son, and never have they been in the middle of a neighborhood. Again, maybe things have been decided on this by now, but we all seem to be in the dark. We were told in the fall that we were hearing misinformation about an indoor-outdoor complex, yet a couple of weeks ago at the round table, it didn't even take 5 minutes before the idea of an indoor complex was floated again. When the survey was done about the majority wanted it for multiple uses. Yes, recreation and sports being one of them. I don't think multiple use was interpreted as mostly turf fields, parking lots, and a tiny sliver of farmland. It seems like there's a need to do something now and not keep kicking the can down the road. To me, it's not about just doing something to say you did it, but it's more about doing it the right way. My concerns are also once again about maintaining the things that we already have. Last time I mentioned that we were thinking about spending millions on new fields, but we were not going to open the pool for open swim. Luckily, the pool was open very shortly after, thank you very much, and I'm sure many members of the town appreciate that as well. So let me bring something else up because I'm truly worried about maintenance. Turf fields are not maintenance-free. They need to be groomed. Also, they need to be replaced every 10 years, like was mentioned before. If I recall correctly, the high school turf was able to be replaced in the money from the renovation, so I imagine that field as well is probably going to be needed to be replaced soon. We have COVID money now, but where will the several $million come to replace the new fields in a decade or so? Will that be another raise to my already high property taxes? I brought my water bottle up here because I filled it up at the pool today at practice. You know where I had to fill it? From a hose. Because the water fountain in the high school pool has not functioned for about a month. If a water fountain breaks at the new sports complex, do we just put a hose out for the kids to use? Imagine that sight, $1 million field drinking out of a hose. Well, guess what? In the past couple of weeks, we've hosted our rivals Newington and Avon in 2 big home meets. Our source of drinking water was a Gatorade jug on a table next to the broken water fountain. Once again, how about before we build a ton of new nice, shiny things, we make sure the stuff we have is functional. Thank you.
Thank you. Coach, have you discussed the water fountain
Yes.
to staff?
Yeah, and I think there's one out near the gym area as well. That's
Okay.
not functional.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll move on to council reports. Boards and commission reports from any council members? Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, I attended the Parks and Rec Board meeting on Thursday, February 23rd, and I'm not going to make too many comments because I know both the Millwoods plan and the field assessment study are coming up on our agenda, and there were big topics during the meeting a week and a half ago, and I see Dan and Kathy here, and they do a great job of presenting stuff. So other than saying I was at the meeting, that we talked about these things, I'll hold further comment because I know they're on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing none. Council comments. Anybody with any council comments? I know everybody's an hour and a half in already. Councilman?
Well, I was the big talker.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm raising my hand a lot. I promise each time to be just a couple minutes. But, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Councilman?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Two items. One is we have the St. Patrick's Day Parade this Saturday in Hartford, and Sammy and Amy Bello, Sammy from Byright and Amy Bello are Wethersfield representatives, and recently we learned that Eileen Grabowski and John Magel are the deputy marshals. which is a nice honor for them, to Wethersfield people getting it. And then lastly, I'll just mention that this coming weekend is the high school play, and it's The Little Mermaid, and one of the lead performers lives down the hall from me. That's my daughter, and if you know the show, she's Ursula, the villain. It's very scary, but if you have a chance to go to the high school play this weekend, it's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
What time, Ken?
7:30, I believe. I should know.
Friday, 7:30, Saturday, 7:30, 3
Sunday,
o'clock?
Yeah, the mayor knows, 3 o'clock, yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm gonna show up at noon. I'm glad you told me.
I hope you're there.
I will be.
And I talked to some of the folks who are organizing the St. Patrick's Day Parade. I'm hoping to get there, as Councilman Forrest can attest at this time.
Yep.
It is hockey. No, I got states right now. So that's both Friday night, where my kids, I think my son's going to be with me, but my daughter and wife may be at the play. And then Saturday morning, I will be in New Haven or Bridgeport, I can't remember. And as Tom can attest, with his kids crisscrossing the state, I'm hoping I will be back in time for kickoff of the parade.
Good luck.
Anybody else?
I'll be with Ken.
You two are marching?
Weather permitting, it's supposed to
Yeah.
be snowy and rainy.
Yep.
And you're on your own, Ken. Sorry.
Bring an umbrella.
1 in every 3, it says.
Just real quick, another tradition here in Wethersfield, just like the parade in the springtime, is the Taste of Wethersfield is back after a hiatus. It is April 1st at the Keeney Center, I believe 6:30 to 9 o'clock. It's always a great event. I know Sammy, who's our dignitary for the St. Patrick's Day Parade, always provides some great beverages, and so do a lot of our local restaurants. A lot of those local restaurants are new since the last Taste of Wethersfield, so we're hoping for a great turnout again, April 1st at the Keeney Center, 6:30 to 9 or 6 to 9:30, I can't remember. But please, everybody, try to get there. It's great tradition here in town. And with that, move on to Fred, town manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For my report tonight, I'm just going to cover the athletic field report that you all received. I appreciate some of the feedback received thus far. I'm just going to provide a high-level overview and just answer any questions you might have with that. So, first of all, the process. So this is back in September that you all tasked me to come back with an assessment of our current fields and the needs that we had throughout the town. And that came as part of the conversation we were having about the ARPA funds. So the first thing I did was I arranged a meeting with the Parks and Rec Board. And they were kind enough to do a meeting during the day for me, and they all came in and we sat around and we talked about, in general, what they've been hearing from the various constituents that have appeared before them over the last several years regarding both field conditions, field availability as the two primary factors, but then in general what their needs were beyond what they were able to find here in town. So out of that meeting, and speaking with Kathy Bagley, our Director of Parks and Recreation, we formed a committee with two of the members from the Park and Rec Board. They volunteered to be part of this committee. And they were two members that have a lot of experience with some of the leagues that utilize these fields in particular, and that was Colleen Matatal and Suzanne Barton. And we had a series of meetings, and what we did is we looked at the entire town. We did focus on town-owned and state-owned property, because the reality is, my task, as I understood it, was to find realistic opportunities throughout the town. Now, we could look at every property in town and conceptualize something that could be done on other properties, but we were focused on what was available. And as you'll see as I go through this, we also looked at certain factors with respect to those properties, and buildability is one of those things. Anything in a flood zone probably would not have qualified right out of the gate. I'll just mention that. So that was our committee, and again, through several meetings, we did look at a number of properties. And we also met with the local sports leagues. Again, the Park and Rec Board hosted the sports leagues to come to a meeting and tell us very candidly, and Ken was at that meeting as well, what their issues were with the existing facilities, what their needs were for additional facilities, and we took all that information and used that as part of this process overall. And again, focused on the town and the state-owned properties for the developmental ability here. So the report is broken up into a few key sections. We looked at, again, the analysis of and condition of the existing facilities that we have here in town, the ongoing maintenance and care of existing facilities. We kind of took those as, they're similar, but they're also different, and we wanted to address both of those uniquely because they were really brought up as very unique issues from the major users of the fields. The need for additional facilities, and then the opportunities for development of additional facilities, and then I provide some recommendations at the end of the report. The first section, the analysis of the existing conditions, some of the key findings that we came out of it was that quite frankly, and everyone was very straightforward with this fact, as far as the leagues are concerned, the current athletic facilities in town are substandard. They didn't agree with the assessment report that we had. They thought we were way too generous when we called fields fair or good condition. There was a lot of discussion around that. And as you have seen from Kathy's CIP proposal for the next several years, there's over $3 million worth of projects that, we need to be doing on these fields to bring them up to some form of standard, and some can't even get there, and we'll discuss that as well, because the next point is that some of the facilities that we utilize for actual sporting events today were not designed for that purpose. They're just fields. And it's very difficult to maintain a field that wasn't designed to be an athletic field as an athletic field. You're kind of behind the eight ball when you even get started, and the likelihood of those fields ever coming to those standards without completely reconstructing them is pretty slim. Going on to the ongoing maintenance and care, what we heard loud and clear was the regular ongoing maintenance was not sufficient to keep up with current use, and that when we looked at other localities, surrounding localities, and we focused on those in the immediate vicinity, we looked at Glastonbury, we looked at Rocky Hill, we looked at Newington. What we saw was that personnel and funding for the regular maintenance type work and some of the general yearly capital type expenses, Wethersfield is very low when you compare those, when you look at the number of fields and the acreage we have to maintain versus what those other localities have. We don't put as high a priority on those things, or haven't historically. So when it comes to need for additional facilities, you talk to any of the leagues, and I expected them all to say, yeah, we need new everything, we need more of everything. That's not what I heard. I really heard that most of them say, look, if we can just get, the baseball folks were like, look, if we get these fields, take care of the drainage issues, take care of this, we'll be okay. Football, it was a similar message. It was really when you got into soccer, field hockey, and lacrosse, those which can all play on a similar surface, that's where we kind of ran into scheduling issues. And a lot of that was competing with football. And obviously, the way our fields work is that the school properties, the schools have priority, obviously. So it's very difficult to get field time. And so what we saw was that, based upon what we heard from the leagues, was that another 2 to 4 fields would be optimal. Some of the leagues felt 4 was that number. Some said 2 would really do the trick. In talking with the Park and Rec Board, and Dan's out here, and he made a great suggestion, is maybe it's 2 with half fields as well, similar to what we have at Catone, and that's probably going to get you to 90 to 95% of your need. You're really not going to need 4 fields. I mean, could you build them and use them? Probably. But if you had 2, you're probably going to cover the majority of your needs. If you had those additional half fields, at least 1 half field to kind of serve as that practice area when a game was going on, that type of thing. The other need that came through very loud and clear was indoor space. I know there's a lot of talk about the complex, but that's not really what I looked at or what we looked at as a committee. we looked at indoor needs. And what we heard for indoor needs were space for pickleball, that came forward a lot, volleyball for those not associated with the high school or the school systems, and then a big one was off-season training, and that's for those other leagues, so lacrosse and field hockey and soccer. If they're not training now, when the fields aren't in usable condition, the grass fields, they're really not going to be in game shape when the time comes. And other localities that they compete with do have that availability. So generally, they would call Kathy and say, look, I need a gym to work on foot skills for soccer or something like that. And they're basically told, I'm sorry, basketball's in full swing, you're not going to get a gym. We're booked straight out through the end of March. So then they're kind of left without any place. So that was a common reoccurring theme that we heard. And so I think that there's certainly a need for additional space. I note in the report, though, that there was the former tennis facility in Newington just across the line on Prospect, right? Was recently just converted to a volleyball facility. They are straight out. If you drive by there on the weekend, there are cars parked out on the road. So I don't know what that does for the area in terms of accommodating some of that need on the volleyball side. I will also note that there have been preliminary inquiries for some locations in Wethersfield for a multi-use indoor facility from a private provider looking at sports like cricket and pickleball, volleyball, other uses like that. So I don't know where that's going to go, but right now those things are in the works. So we took that in mind as we kind of walk through this. As when we look at the needs for a facility like that, you have to look not just at what we need here in the town, but in a more regional sense is, if it were to be a private business, and this could be developed as a completely public enterprise, not profit, and similar to all of our current facilities. But you still need a market, right, to drive that, to fund it, to staff it. So we would have to do some more analysis, and certainly, as was referenced several times here, no facility like that should ever be built anywhere without a detailed traffic study. The reason why we don't have traffic studies right now is because we do not have specific proposals to do a traffic study on. That's kind of a next phase. So the next thing we talked about is an additional larger size Little League baseball field. That's one thing we don't really have. There's another size between the Little League and the high school level, and that's at 12 to 13, and we don't have one of those fields in town right now. So it's more of a nice to have kind of thing. I don't think anybody was saying we have to have this tomorrow. But if we had the opportunity to develop it, it was one of the things that came through, is saying, yeah, it would be great if we could get that as well. And finally, I would just say that there's a lot of concern on the Park and Rec Board and also all the various leagues that if any of the previously proposed elementary school demolition and rebuilds were to occur, those two scenarios involved loss of fields. But there was no plan on the table to replace those fields before you took them away, which if you don't do that, that's going to cause a major issue with the field use right now. So part of the recommendations are is to make sure that that's included in any future proposal by the schools. Opportunities for additional needed facilities. Again, we looked at all town and state properties, but we focused on developable lot area. And we also kind of focus on the size of that mixed-use field, which is bigger than a soccer field. It's just the soccer field is the largest sport you have to play on there, so regulation soccer field, and then area on the outside for benches and things of that nature. And then you could do lacrosse in there, you could do field hockey in that field, you strike them for all of those sports. When you look at that, we looked at a number of properties, but whether it was wetlands, floodplains, steep slopes, or other issues, there weren't very many that could even accommodate one field like that, let alone the parking and other resources, the driveway entrances and things of that nature. And we had engineering assist with that review as well. We also looked at access to travelways. Many of you might not even know, but as part of the former plan for, what was it? The 91 around, what was, I forget the number, 691. There was a large piece of property that was purchased on the Rocky Hill border. So we still have like 35 acres down there. Very steep slopes, very difficult access. It would be great if it would work, but it just didn't work. So we did look at a lot of different properties. We did not look at privately held properties, and we did not, and we really stayed away from the floodplains because of all the issues we heard about drainage and flooding and issues like that from all the current fields that we have. We thought it was stay away from water as much as we possibly can. And finally, potential impacts to residential neighborhoods and schools in the area. We did look at that as well. If it clearly was not a location that would make sense for this type of use, we tried to avoid it if there wasn't, ample area to accommodate it. So based upon that, we really zeroed it down to the two sites that we've all been speaking about, and that's Millwoods Park and Keisha Farm. And then based upon that, we did some analysis, and obviously UConn did their analysis with Keisha as well. And then, again, I talk about the need for additional indoor facilities, but again, the scope, the size, location of a facility like that would need a great deal more analysis than we're prepared to go into as part of this review. So the recommendations that we had for actions was that I think it would be prudent to use some of the available ARPA funds to develop one or two, probably one is more realistic with the ARPA funds that we have. Again, the resounding request of the leagues was that the new field be artificial turf. And it's not so much of a maintenance thing for them as it is a matter of equalizing the playing field, if you will, with the other localities that they compete against. Because right now, with the exception of Catone, they really don't have anywhere they can practice and do games, host games on artificial turf. But when they go into the other localities, that's what they're playing on. It's a much faster game. And if their kids can't train on that on a regular basis, they're at a disadvantage. So that was their request. And there's other benefits as well. Obviously, from a year-to-year maintenance perspective, it certainly is less expensive. But as has been noted, there's high cost to replace it when you have to replace it. Again, we do think that considering another half field, if we were to do a field, to add a half field as part of that development for practice area and drills makes a lot of sense. The second recommendation was consider a recreation bond. I talked about the needs that we have on our existing facilities. Well in the neighborhood of $3 million worth of needs. And if we go about our current practice of Kathy putting her projects on the list for the CIP every year, I was in the process this year. Rec projects generally do not rank well when they're competing against schools and public safety. It's like that anywhere I've ever been. So unless there's dedicated funds set aside for capital, and if you look in the report, you'll note that some communities actually do that in this area. They have dedicated capital funding every year that goes towards recreation because they know in a process like the CIP process, the capital improvement plan process, recreation is never going to compete against schools and public safety. It's just a reality. So one way to address that is bonding. Everywhere I've been at some point or another, we've done a recreation bond. And that's to build new fields, that's to make major improvements on existing facilities. But it's really one of the only ways you're going to get at some of this stuff. And again, it comes down to whether or not this is a priority for this council and for this community, whether or not you want to do that. And by putting it out to bond, I guess you get to determine if it, from that process, if it's a priority to the community. So that's one consideration. And then also, I think over time, we should begin the process to incrementally increase staffing and resources for the parks and field maintenance. That is, again, been very clearly stated as an issue that we have here in town. And I think a restructuring, a reorganization of physical services to ensure that we have dedicated folks for the fields that aren't also doing 50 other jobs would go a long way to improving our overall athletic field conditions. So that was part of the recommendations. And finally, although it wasn't a council action, and I did check that, Tom, Last year's budget, there was the seasonal staffing was removed from the budget before it got to the council. It was actually the previous town manager, as part of the process to cut down on the budget, took that staffing out. And part of the reason was the year before, we weren't able to find anybody because of COVID and everything, just people weren't coming out for the jobs. So as a cost-cutting measure, those positions were removed. I think we need to reinstate those positions. There's a need there. And I also think it's great for the youth in the town to have that opportunity to come and work for the town in these types of roles. So those are the recommendations, and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. Councilwoman Clancy?
How much remaining ARPA funds are there?
So currently, there's about 2.8 million, roughly, in ARPA funds that have not been allocated by the council.
Okay. And do we have a date when we're going to meet with the consultant?
Councilwoman, can you just grab your microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Let me repeat that?
Sure.
Do we have a date when we're going to meet with the Yukon consultant again?
We haven't set it yet. We need to set that date. That'll be part of the agenda-setting meetings coming up, though. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Probably in the next 2 meetings or so.
Any other questions? In looking at, I was glad that you put on there the questionable lack of fields if the referendum goes through. Just refresh my memory, there's no funding in that current bond proposal. That is only for the buildings themselves, not the replacement of fields that would be impacted?
That is my understanding, and certainly even if there were funding set aside, so for the High Crest example, they were going to be building the new High Crest where the existing fields are, but then utilizing the old High Crest school to move kids out of other schools as they did the renovations in those schools. So you're going to be talking at least 4 or 5 years probably before you could even consider tearing down the old High Crest and recreating fields, even if you put the funding aside. That's a big gap.
10, they told us.
Yeah.
10 years.
So, and there was no plan for it. So I think it's short-sighted, and we need to make sure that that's included as part of the proposal.
Okay. Councilman Forrest?
Mr. Town Manager, are you sort of looking for some reaction, or is it just a presentation, or how do you want to proceed now with the council after you've made this presentation?
Well, what I hope to do is I'd like to get the council's okay to schedule our next ARPA work session, and whether that's at a separate night from a council meeting in the next few weeks to talk about some of the major priorities. Now, in September, when you tasked me to do this, there was also language in that motion that was voted on and approved that ARPA money would be set aside for consideration of athletic facilities. Didn't give an amount. So we need to get some clarity on if that is the council's desire, what that amount is and what is it we're going to be using it for, and then we can start talking about where does it make sense. So I would like to get to that point in the very near future, and whether that's something at Millwoods, something at Keisha, both, I don't know what that looks like. I think there's opportunities, but direction, I think, is needed, particularly with the ARPA funds, because although we do not have to spend it all until the end of '26, we do have to allocate it by the end of '24.
So are you looking for some conversation today, or not conversation today at another time?
I am open to conversation to have. Right now, I'm just presenting this report. If you'd like to, again, I was thinking work session to specifically around ARPA, but having athletic fields being a major topic of that conversation.
Okay. Just some thoughts from this presentation. First, this is exactly the type of presentation I think the council was looking for when we asked you to do the analysis. Know that we as a council have made other requests over the years, and I think this particular presentation was thoughtful, involved the stakeholders, clear recommendations, and I thought it was just a really nice job, and I think it continues to improve and impress that this council can work with you and your staff to come up with thoughtful products to allow us to make the decisions that we have to make. So thank you for this global analysis. It's, whether I agree with all the outcomes or not, it's, I think, the analysis that we were looking for. As it relates, and I've talked to, as it relates to some of the recommendations, some of them look a little bit more budgetary, that's going to be more 3 or 4 months from now. Others appear to be a little bit more pressing when it comes to ARPA funds. I've talked extensively with the mayor, a long conversation, and thank you for listening, related to what I thought moving forward looks like. Just would present to this council and to the town manager a couple preliminary thoughts. As we look to move the referendum forward, or whatever the schools are going to come up with, I do think that losing a couple of fields in the future could be debilitating to the town athletics for quite a long time as we move through that process. That, coupled with the demand needs even in our current state where we haven't gone through that. And I was talking to Dan Silbo of the Park and Rec Board. They were looking for those sort of 2 to 4, and it's my feeling that the artificial surfaces versus a grass surface, they do provide a vast amount more playability and like just real hard use from all of those sports and durability. Even through rain, I remember Catone Field, it was after almost like a mini hurricane, and they were playing like partway through the hurricane, there was no problem. It was being drained well and the whole bit, and that's in a low area if you know the sort of how the town is organized from a topographical point of view. So all that being said, I really don't think one turf field is necessarily enough, or one artificial turf field. I think that they're looking for 3 or 4 more playing surfaces. My understanding is that the artificial field kind of acts like 1.5 grass fields as far as playability. And then, of course, you have the concept of maximizing that capital spend if you were, of course, to be able to light it for the evening time. And then you get even more use from those same capital dollars. Now, I'm not saying that we're all going to have lighted fields tomorrow, of course, but that, especially if we move into a school situation, could increase the playability on the fields that we have. So my initial reaction is I don't think one artificial turf field is enough. I think we are going to need to meet the demand and, of course, the changing school situation. I tend to see facilities that have these sort of, you talked about half fields and those kind of concepts. I tend to see a lot of training facilities from hockey to soccer to lacrosse to a lot of things that have these sort of specialized training areas. And over time, I see those training areas as getting repurposed because it didn't really suit that initial need, or, you know, USA lacrosse or hockey or whatever it is sort of changes maybe their style. And as we know, if you're in the coaching community for a lot of these sports, you can use that big field and cut it up into smaller fields in order to have small practice, small gameplay, and the rest of it. So but you can never go to a big one, right? You can go one way, but not the other. You bring the extra jacket because if you're cold, but you can't really, take it off. So I would really emphasize more of the full field, and then of course the organizations can break them up into 2 smaller fields if that's what they want to do for that. And I think that we're really in the need for 2 full synthetic fields as far as needs base in our future. And as far as where they go, and I've talked to the mayor about this, it's not I can definitely see one of those at the Keisha Farm, and I can definitely see one of those at Millwoods Park. It seems to be a nice balance with a lot of the interests that we have at play. And it also seems that at Millwoods Park, you could have something that could possibly be lighted later on that really wasn't in anybody's backyard as well. You could expand after that, but I'm not sure that we necessarily have the amount of funds for that. But at 2.8, and that was an excellent question, Councilor Clancy, it looks like 2.6 is what would be sort of the amount needed for those for that capital outlay. And even if we had some other interests, like we did with Catone, I was on the council and supported Catone when we were in the same situation, dire need for fields, and that field was having a lot of trouble training. I would, there are all kinds of financing opportunities that are much, much lighter than a $5 million bond as it relates to if we needed to cover $500,000 or $300,000. we could pay that over 3 or 4 years fairly easily through our budget in order to get the job done, if there was a little shortfall to have. In order to get to Councilor O'Connor's point, he's not here right now, but, to do enough analysis so you're making good decisions, but not to have analysis paralysis. There's always a balance in everything. So that's kind of my thoughts from your recommendation. There's a lot of thoughts that, relate to budgetary concerns. They're going to be ongoing in the next 1, 2, 3 years about how many maintainers we have and how you want to organize them. I think there's a lot for you to take back as a manager, not necessarily that's at this council level. You're going to have to work through some of those items that are highly specific about how you might grade a baseball field and rake it and the rest of it. But so that's sort of where I'm headed, and I think that balance provides a nice concept that, hey, that neighborhood is pretty residential, but certainly there's some interest in putting a field there, but not cramming in, I shouldn't say cramming, putting 2 fields using the space that it is, when we've got a really great facility over in Millwoods that's going to be upgraded in the bathrooms and the parking and the rest of it, and that would be a nice little gem addition as well. Thanks for the time. Those are some of my thoughts.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thanks. Mr. Town Manager, did you look at all, like, the population that will utilize the fields? I know there's a significant request for more fields, but I'm looking at the population as a whole, and not everyone uses athletic fields. And when we start talking about using ARPA funds on a certain group, I'm trying to rationalize how fair that is to other residents. And I kind of say, like, most people utilize the roads in our town, so I would have less heartburn saying, let's spend $2.5 million of ARPA money on roadways where a lot of people are going to benefit versus a smaller segment, even though it's a significant segment. But I don't know if you did any, like, I've always asked the question, like, how many people utilize Catone Field? And I'm frustrated that we don't have someone at the gate selling tickets and counting how many people come to a football game. And if it's, 5,000 on a Saturday, there's your answer. It's well worth it. But if it's not, you have some concerns with that. I just don't know if you looked at it.
Football game. You'll know.
Stand there with a clicker.
Well, I lived on the west end of Church Street, so I'm familiar with lighting in a residential area and that kind of stuff, but just trying to see how we could justify using a pot of money, even if it's a bond, right? Everybody pays for the bond.
Yep.
Is that?
Yeah, I would say the quick answer to your question is no. I did not look at any of that, but the scope that I was given from this council is very specific to athletic facilities, and it did not include other recreational uses or any other uses. What I would say that from my side as a manager, one of the things, I think I've talked to Ken about it, that I want to look at in the future for our budgeting is move our organization towards priority-based budgeting, which includes very detailed surveys of the entire community on what is important to everyone, and then we can use that data to then drive budget decisions. And then the communities that have done this effectively have realized between 10 to 20% savings annually on their budget because they eliminated programs and things that they spent money on forever that were not a priority for the community anymore, but they just didn't have the data to support that. So I'd like to see us move towards that, but that's a process. That's going to take some time. It's usually about a 2 budget cycle kind of adjustment that you kind of make. You incrementally do that. That's somewhere I would really like to go. I think this community would benefit greatly from it. But no, that was not part of this analysis.
It's hard for us up here to try and gauge. We've had a lot of correspondence about pickleball courts and tennis versus tennis. And, tennis used to be huge in Wethersfield, and I'm not so sure that it's that much than what it used to be. And, you know, it's hard to judge when you get 5 or 6 emails from people that are very passionate about one versus the other. And, you know, it'd be very helpful if we could get some accurate kind of input. So, thank you.
Councilman Pentelow?
Thanks, Fred. So I just wanted to go back in your report and just ask a quick question. I think I've been one of the people that has been pretty vocal about potentially partnering with some sort of developer to bring an indoor complex to the town. Where it goes, that's kind of, you know, up to you and your analysis. Did you identify, out of this, I didn't see it, did you identify any alternative locations where the town might be able to acquire a piece of property or, you know, and partner with a developer? Did you find any feasible locations where it would work and we could bring an indoor facility?
We did identify a number, in working with economic development as well. We've been looking at that since September, specifically for an indoor facility for a private investor. We've narrowed the opportunity, and I'm not going to list sites for you right now because they're all private properties, with the exception of one. And I just think it's, but there's definitely opportunity there. And if it's something that the council decides they want to move forward with, then we can actively engage some of those property owners. But there are some underutilized locations in commercial and/or industrial areas that I think would be well suited for it. The question would be, is the market there for a developer to come in and do that? And that's the analysis that they would need to do. We could do some of it in advance as we look to try to attract somebody. Now, there's a possibility to purchase in advance, and if we wanted to actively market something like that, but there's a lot of, there's a speculative nature to that we just don't have the data right now to say, yeah, if we opened a sports facility right now today with a private developer, they're gonna make their money. So spending taxpayer money on a property that we may or may not use for the intended purposes, I'd be a little wary of doing, but yeah, we do have properties in mind that we could look at for that purpose.
Have you talked to the Board of Ed, in particular Colliers, for their projected increase in student enrollment if the referendum on the schools goes through? And what I'm getting at is, if, you know, the proponents of the referendum and the 4 new schools talk about attractiveness of Wethersfield, bringing more families in, better school system obviously attracts more families coming in. Would that have any impact on youth sports leagues in town, an increased population of, you know, newer families coming to town?
It's been a bit since I've looked at their data, but from what I recall of their projections was it was pretty flat. It was very stable in terms of the population. Even if you were to build these schools, I don't think they projected a big bump in the student population by any means. So I don't think there would be anything there to support a major shift in that kind of market.
Okay, no correlation, direct correlation to an increase. Okay.
That report's on the town, the Board of Ed site, the SLAM group, I think it was called. No, very stable.
Okay. Any other questions for Fred on this? Thank you for doing this. We did task you, for doing this. You got it to us before the February 15th deadline, and we did go through it at a special meeting, and it's good to have this information going forward in some of our, not only deliberations, but conversations before we start to deliberate. So, thank you. Sue?
Yes, right now, we're following 3 legislative bills that are of interest to the town clerk's office. They're pertaining to online dog licensing at the state level, online recording of indexing, searching of municipal land records and maps at the state level, and also the maintaining of those land records at the state level, and early voting and the role of the town clerk's office as early voting takes shape. So we're just watching all those three things right now.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on to council action. Now to the meat. 2 hours, 5 minutes in, we get to the meat of the agenda. Council action, I did see folks in the audience here.
No, can we turn the lights on?
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sure.
Good lights.
It's way too late and dark in here. Much better, thank you.
Everybody waiting?
Yes.
I can see the back.
Are you saying you nodded off during Fred's presentation?
I might have caught his ear too. Go ahead.
Okay. Under council action, item B1, bids. 1A, comprehensive energy study consultant contract with NV5. I did not sit in any of those, but thank you to our town manager, Councilman Forrest, and Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, all the time that you guys have spent looking at this. I will turn it over to the experts up here to discuss that, and NV5 and the contract that is before us.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just, real quickly, we did put out a request for qualifications that was issued on November 18th. That was after the town council allocated $100,000 of ARPA funds for us to hire an energy consultant. So that RFQ was issued. It was out for approximately 1 month. We did receive 4 responsive proposals. The companies are listed in your background report. We did interview 2 of those firms, and the committee chose NV5 as the preferred consultant based upon proposal qualifications and experience. And we provide this to you for approval. Essentially, what we're looking to do is approve the task order contract with NV5 with a total cost of all task orders not to exceed $100,000. And the way the task order contracts work is because they are an energy consultant, we will basically be giving them tasks to do. So, for example, there are 2 other energy items on today's agenda that you'll see that they're energy proposals that we would have NV5 review if that's the will of the council after this meeting, or from this meeting. That's the type of thing they will do. They will review opportunities for us, and they're also going to be doing, one of the first tasks we're going to be doing with them is a comprehensive energy study for the whole town. So those are some of the things they're going to be doing. And again, they interviewed very well, and their experience is exceptional. It's a large firm. It's about 4,000 total nationwide. And but they also have some local ties, they acquired Celtic Energy, which was a Glastonbury company, I believe, and had done work in the area for many years. So there's that local flavor as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to either Councilor Forrest or Deputy Mayor Mazzarella.
Councilman Forrest.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to, as we move forward, I want to commend Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, who has been a true partner in working through some of the toughest problems I think that we have. Open-minded gentleman, thoughtful, inquisitive, and I appreciate you working in this group.
Never says those things about me.
I thought he was going to say thorn in his side.
No, but
Thank you.
it hasn't been that way though. And on some of your ideas, I hope that I have returned that respect.
Absolutely.
With that, I mean, the committee comes to recommend this particular motion, which is for NV5, and the next 2 agenda items, and the quick response, even outside of the contract that we received just at our dais today, I think shows why we need them so badly. I can sort of pretend that I've been around the block in energy, and I have, but I don't know some of the inside, very hyper-technical questions that they even presented to us as we were presented with these other 2 proposals, the one for the solar and energy storage, and then the second is the sort of performance contracting, I guess you might say, for lights and so forth around here. And it's, I have preached, I suppose, that it is important that as a town, we have our own representative that helps us in our own interests, to help us understand how to move forward in this area, because it is my belief that we can be transformative in our budgets, in our tax base or expenditure, lack of expenditures, in our environmental aspect, but it's not necessarily the driver here, but that we can rethink the line items in our budget and possibly even remove significant line items in our budget. Maybe not overnight, but through significant federal and state help, which is out there financially, that we've got the capital here in Wethersfield to think about not having an entire electrical line item, moving away from hydrocarbons, reducing the amount of maintenance on a lot of our equipment that used to be run, in a regular 219 movable piece piston-powered engine, whether it be the small one that runs the reed whacker or the larger dump trucks that just plowed our roads last week. And it's not going to happen overnight, but if we talk about, if we're up here, many counselors sometimes who've gotten frustrated. I remember Councilor Spinella was here about 4 years ago, and he said, how are we going to change this? It's the same road every day. It doesn't matter Democrat. It doesn't matter Republican. We're all going to face the same issues. And I'm hopeful this is one piece that is the beginning of changing the dynamic. And I'm excited that this is before us. I think we're going to be able to get to work right away. If it's any indication of the presentations of our town manager, I have full faith in him that we've recently seen. And whether it's technical on the project basis, like we see these two projects before us today, or more globally, where we're creating our own projects that are in the best interests of our town, I do believe this is the way to go. And I appreciate all the counselors up here for working with us to be able to present this to you. And we hope that we have a lot of really interesting, thought-provoking things to present to you in the near future. So I would move approval of item number B1A.
Is that a motion? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. A little meat to that.
Oh, by the way, no, I just want to add just a little bit about the first phase, if you will. So I think we're talking about $20,000. Is that about right? And so this is like everything's on the table, and we're taking a look at the entire town. Maybe some crazy ideas, maybe just very open-minded, and hopefully this group will be able to come back to us and say, we think there's a good potential here, this item is never going to happen, let's not waste our resources on it, or whatever the case may be. So I think, it really showed up when we interviewed different firms. Some of them were like, you really want us to try and do all this? And, we'd rather sell you some light bulbs. So yeah, I think these guys are going to be able to really answer some questions for us and hopefully come up with some good things for the town. So can I second that motion, or do you want to, why don't you make a formal motion and I'll second it, unless
We may
anybody
have
else?
further discussion. Well, I'll just say a couple of things, and thank you to these two gentlemen for working together with the town manager on this. A lot of things come across all of our plates, for various aspects of town government. And recently, looking at utility costs, our carbon footprint, as well as being more sustainable with municipal solid waste, composting. I mean, these are all things that we're going to be looking at. The two other items before us tonight, and I think that's a good segue into what NV5 can look at. But I'd like to commend this council in particular, Because over the years, we've, as Councilman Forrest has talked about with former Councilman Spinella, it has been, year after year, kicking the can, really not looking at ways to incentivize the town with a more renewable energy portfolio, or even, low cost. I know we've done bulbs in certain buildings in, the high school 5 years ago, but there hasn't been a real true study of, exhaust, cooling, lighting, dampers, controls, all these different components that make up X number of buildings in our portfolio of school and municipal buildings, that we really should take a look at what we have. And when Eversource goes from $12 to $24, or 12 cents a kilowatt hour to 24, and it doubles, and you just look at the budget, and I'm looking over at Sally Katz right now, and I'm wondering what our physical services budget's going to look like next year. The cost of fuel, the cost of heat, water. There are some things that are low-hanging fruit that we can take advantage of and find ways to save. But when you want to look at it at a broader level across the town in all of our buildings, I think this council in the last 2 years has really put an effort into looking at, first, the battery program at Wethersfield High School to eliminate some of those peaks during the day and, supplement what we're doing in the high school. To 2 EV charged Mustangs at the police department and EV charging stations there as well, and then future EV charging stations throughout the town as that technology develops and incentives are there for not only us as a town to provide the chargers, but the public for the vehicles. But in total, this council has looked at not only solar, battery, MSW changes that we're going to have to do. All these are taxpayer savings. Every year we're looking at an increase. I mean, when I started, I think our budget was about 81 million. It's a little over 113 million. That's in just 10 years. So, the costs are going to go up, but if there's a way that we could reduce the increase a little bit and not only reduce taxpayers' expenditures, but more importantly, be a steward in, a greener technology and a cleaner environment. This council, I think, is on the right direction, at least with not only NV5, but the other options that are out there and future options that are out there for us. So great work by the 3 gentlemen that, just were mentioned in that resiliency group, and I'm looking for, more good things to come about from this contract with NV5 tonight.
Mayor, you kind of skipped over me. I just have one question.
Oh, sorry.
Common sense. You were doing so good,
Any
too.
other comments down here?
By the way, I agree with
there you go.
On you right now. This is not even
I
calling you.
agree. The only thing, because
I didn't even see you, I'm sorry.
That's fine, that's fine. The only question that I had, and obviously I trust everybody who was on this, but I just want to make sure we're utilizing this consultant to go after low-hanging fruit first, right? I mean, obviously doing some of the PPAs like the solar that's on the agenda tonight, some of the stuff that we could do with quantum biopower with organic waste material and stuff like that. If we're going to use a consultant, I didn't want it to go like crazy, right? Like, let's not start putting wind turbines in like the middle of town, because, some people may complain about, potential, a few fields at Keisha Farm. I don't know if anybody's been in front of a wind farm. I have. It's very loud. So I just wanted to make sure that before we vote on this, our priorities were straight, right? Like, we're doing things that are common sense that potentially could push the envelope, like you're saying, but that we're staying within the realm of reality and budget. Is that a fair question to ask?
I want to. Which is,
To answer that question, I really don't know. I mean,
yeah.
So your question is, are we looking at
utilizing this to tackle low-hanging fruit, or are we using these to to talk about like very cost inefficient things that would cost us up front but may save us money down the line.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
So, and Matt, maybe you can chime in as well, but the first phase, we're going to look at everything.
Okay.
And hopefully this outfit is going to guide us to say, yeah, you can do this, this, and this, there's nothing wrong with it, you're going to save money, you're going to save energy, and also, we're going to look down the road for a digester or a solar field or whatever.
Yeah, okay.
But they're going to be the ones that are going to advise us to say, these are the potentials that you have. 4, 5, and 6 are off the table. It's never going to happen. Why waste our time and energy on that? But let's do this first. Let's do more investigation on some other programs.
So would they be able to potentially guide us through like a pilot program? You just mentioned digester.
Yeah.
Right, like, I don't know if we want one in town, I don't know if it works, if it doesn't, but, maybe start with one where we're sending it down to Southington, seeing how many people actually participate in the program before we decide to, invest this capital. To Fred's point that he said earlier, let's not, invest in things that people aren't gonna utilize.
So, to answer that, we may say, what about digesters? What about wind turbines? What about hydro? What about solar? All these things.
Yeah.
And they may come back and say, it's really not feasible to put a digester in Wethersfield. We don't have the land mass, we don't have the guaranteed volume of material to digest. But, however, there is a place in Connecticut, not too far from here.
Yeah.
Let's go talk with them.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go see what they can provide.
Yeah.
Is it a good deal? Is it, smoke and mirrors and we're going to get taken to the cleaners? And, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Is that accurate, Matt? Or-
Yeah, but I think Cindy and I.
Oh, well, that answered some of what I was going to ask, but I'm late to the party, which is probably why I don't know the answer to these things, and I have not been around the energy block. Who is the author of this document that says NV5?
NV5.
They wrote this. And so they're asking a lot of good questions here. Are they planning to answer them? Is that?
So what that document is, it's actually for the next 2 items. So we have 2 other proposals before us. NV5's contract is before us now. They don't technically work for us yet, but what I did was, knowing these other 2 items were on the agenda, I sent them the background materials that we had, and I said, the council is going to be considering these items the next meeting. Same night, we're going to be considering your contract. Could you just give a quick perusal of this and let us know what are the questions we need to be asking as a council here? What do you need to be asking? And what are the things that maybe need a little bit more investigation before we move forward with something? So that's what that is.
So we're kind of using them already?
We
Yes.
are.
All right.
They
Okay.
didn't have to. They could have said no,
All
but
right.
turned that around pretty quickly, so.
And one thing I'll say, and for those in the audience and for those up here, is that the Resiliency Committee with Councilman Forrest and the Deputy Mayor came about, I think, over the summer. It was after this year's budget, and I think they started meeting in the fall and then meeting regularly. But with Titan Energy for the solar project at the high school, and before the solar project at the high school, they had come to us for the battery stabilization. There's a better term for it. I don't know what it is. Maybe Adam can answer that later. But they'd already come to us to discuss those options. RLE came in at the same time, so it was kind of, one was before, one was during, and it was kind of just a perfect mix, and it's before us tonight as a kind of a couple things that were decided to go onto the agenda before we knew that NV5 would be the consultant for the town. So it works perfect in that if we vote on and approve NV5 to be the consultant, to be able to look at the other two great opportunities for the town and see how well they mesh in with what they have for a vision for this town. Okay. So, because this was included in a budget of 2020, Councilman Forrest, do you want to make a motion?
Sure, thanks. I'd like to move the council to approve the task order contract with NV5 with total cost of all task orders not to exceed $100,000, and to authorize the town manager to sign the documents necessary to execute the contract and all future task orders under the contract.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. And I am serious, it was voted on in the 2020 budget where Councilman Forrest had requested I didn't know it was going to go down this road. I thought it was more like let's look at what Yale is doing with their endowment fund and how we can. That's phase two of
the
this.
pencil out, we're going to hit the lower ones first, and this is one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
We'll get to the Yale endowment.
Let's not go for a home run every time we get up to the plate.
Thank you all for working on that, and thank you for approving that motion. And now going on to item 1B. This is resource lighting and energy. Garrett is here, and for those that were in attendance 2 weeks ago, this is a continuation of that conversation and a little bit broader. I think you've included the town facilities into this one tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Garrett, floor is yours unless town manager has anything he wants to add.
And I'll just note that from the last presentation, since then, Garrett has provided us with some information regarding the town buildings, which is part of your background report, but there was one change to that background report, one of the numbers, correct? Garrett, you want to, the number that was incorrect on that?
Yeah, the,
720, yeah.
yeah, initially I had a positive cash flow for the project of $727, I believe, and the correct amount was $25. So I do apologize for that initial error.
Right. And then also, I'll note, Garrett has also provided the agreements that would go with the different scenarios that he'll just run through briefly, that include town and school buildings. But, so we do have copies that were just provided this afternoon of the agreements that we can review and bring back. If there's a certain one you want us to focus on, if that could come out of this, that would be great, because then we could then ask NV5 to, work with Garrett's team and come up with whatever they need to look to provide us with recommendations.
Yeah, so I would just like to start, for those of you who were not here a few weeks ago when I did the presentation, my name's Garrett Kujma. I'm a business development manager with Resource Lighting and Energy. We work directly under Eversource to carry out comprehensive energy efficiency projects, and we also are looking at exploring opportunities under their new electrification program to implement HVAC and air conditioning in municipalities. So part of that initial presentation, for those of you who weren't here last week, is we went through all the school and town facilities. We did an in-depth comprehensive energy audit at no cost. We evaluated all the light fixtures. We looked at every single rooftop unit, boiler room, mechanical room, walk-in refrigeration unit, kitchen hood vents, really every opportunity under Eversource's program that would qualify for their on-bill financing and incentive program we took into consideration and evaluated. What we ended up discovering was that there was a substantial opportunity not only in the school system, but also, as you can see today, in the town portion of the project as well. So with the public schools specifically, we found that there were over 7,800 light fixtures that have not been converted over to LED or have been, but were a very old Generation 1 LED that had additional savings. Essentially what we discovered was, of those 7,800 light fixtures, along with a handful of transformers, walk-in refrigeration controls, and VFDs for kitchen hood vents, was that we could anticipate energy savings of just over 1.4 million kilowatt hours a year for the school.
That would equate to just over $360,000 annually for dollars saved through this energy project.
That's just the schools?
That is just the schools. Now, the town portion was additional savings, although it was more closer to cash neutral than cash positive. So just to kind of go over the program again real quick, Eversource offers an on-bill financing option for municipalities. And what that is it's $5 million of on-bill financing, so it would be an operational expense, and this is financed at 0% interest. So essentially what Eversource does is they offer this program. You do any sort of energy efficiency project through them. You can finance you can finance the cost of the project on your utility bill at 0% interest over 72 months. So what we looked at was we took those energy savings, we took that turnkey project, which was $2.5 million for all the public schools in Wethersfield. So that $2.5 million covered the 7,800 light fixtures. That was permitting, trash removal, materials, labor, those transformers replacements, the VFDs on kitchen hood vents and walk-in refrigeration units. And you would be looking at taking that $2.5 million project, and now Eversource, based on the kilowatt hours we anticipate the school to save, would offer an incentive of it was just over $590,000. So the way the incentive works is it's based off of those kilowatt hour savings. So essentially, Eversource pays out or offers this incentive, and that is deducted from the turnkey cost. So in this situation, if the town were to move forward with the energy efficiency project for the public schools, you'd be looking at doing that $2.5 million turnkey project less the incentive, so the incentive being the $590,000. So really what you would be looking at is financing $1.9 million across the different schools, when it would be allocated appropriately based on the scope of work for each facility. And so it would be that $1.9 million financed over 72 months. However, unlike a typical performance contract that you would see where somebody comes in, they do all the work, nothing comes out of pocket to do the project, the town would actually realize those energy savings. So you would be looking at the monthly finance cost, but the cost is actually less what you would be saving on a monthly basis. So by going through this Eversource the Eversource Energy Efficiency Program, you would essentially be getting brand new light fixtures throughout all your public schools, some upgraded transformers, variable frequency drive controls, VFDs on kitchen, those, like I mentioned, the kitchen hood vents, walk-in refrigeration units, and you'd actually be cash positive day one. So the program, nothing comes out of pocket. The difference between the turnkey cost and the incentive is financed on your utility bill at 0% interest, and that monthly cost is less what you would be saving on a monthly basis. So you, from day one, as you pay back that $1.9 million, you realize savings, it's about $3,000 cash positive a month. So just going off of Mayor Rell's point about how does the town go about reducing these ever increasing utility costs? Well, this is one viable solution, and I'd like to mention that this is the last year to capitalize on this opportunity. Eversource is taking this program and they're essentially gutting it, taking all the funds that they're currently allocating for these sorts of projects, moving it over to an electrification program that's more so geared towards HVAC improvements, indoor air quality systems, etc. So this is kind of what we reviewed, obviously in greater detail a few weeks ago. But for those that were not here last meeting, it's essentially kind of the first portion of the project that we reviewed. And then we also looked at some other things. But before I continue, are there any initial questions? I know I kind of threw a lot at you right there. Any initial questions on any of that?
Seeing none? Oh, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I have one somewhat technical question.
Sure.
This is concerning the VRFs at Charles Wright.
Okay.
So.
Well, we haven't gotten there yet.
Well,
any questions? I mean, we can jump right into it.
Are you going to go through the whole thing, or is that?
I mean, if you have if there's no questions on.
So that's why I asked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, if there's no questions on the energy efficiency portion, if there are questions on VRF, we can certainly get into that, absolutely.
Okay, so I understand the concept of replacing the, installing the VRF units to variable.
Yeah, the variable refrigerant, it's an electrification, it's an electric heating and cooling system, so zero
course.
carbon, zero fossil fuel system.
It's a heat pump
Okay,
or a mini split, you've heard that term?
got it, okay.
Right?
Yeah, that is correct, yeah, so
Similar.
it's heat pumps and mini splits, it's essentially just an electric heating and cooling system.
So you talked about these units becoming inefficient and basically they only operate down to a certain temperature. Is that 10 degrees or?
Yeah, so the book, what Eversource and manufacturers specify is 10 degrees, technically it's, if you really wanted to know, is 0 degrees or below. And it's not that it doesn't function, it starts to guzzle a lot of electricity to maintain that temperature range once you get to, the near 0, below 0 degree range.
It has electric heating elements in it, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so at what point do those kick in, or is it a gradual?
So the way the system would be set up, so we would incorporate like a centralized building management control system, and that would essentially tell the backup or the existing heating system, in this case those forced, natural gas forced hot air systems, to turn on in those extreme low temperature conditions to offset the electricity consumption for the VRF system.
Okay, so our physical services has provided me with a little bit of information. We have 17 old gas-fired heating units, heating and air conditioning units, so assumably you're only going to be using the heating portion of those.
Correct, yes.
And my question revolves around, if it's a secondary system, that means we have to maintain that secondary system. And all these units are very old. Most of them are 1996. So at some point, we're going to have to replace those units if we're going to maintain the secondary system. In addition, we have to perform maintenance on those. We have to have somebody check the heat exchangers and make sure we're not putting poisonous gas into the schools, things of that nature. So I see a lot of costs down the road to maintain the secondary system. I just rough guesstimate maybe $400,000 or $500,000 to replace these units. Is there if we were going to build a new school, is there such a device, the variable technology, that would have a gas as a secondary unit?
Yeah, so I know one of the things we talked about when we initially went through the VRF proposal was, why didn't we look at other schools or other opportunities within the school district? And I know that part of the conversation was, well, there was consideration of closing Charles Wright at some point, consolidating schools or opening up new schools. We can absolutely look into other opportunities. Now, these VRF systems they're suitable for any sort of facility. The benefit of having a VRF in place is, one, that backup secondary heating system does not have to be as large as it would be if it were a standalone heating system. So, going back to Charles Wright, if obviously, as you saw in the report that I sent to Sally earlier today, was a lot of those RTUs are old. They're towards the end of life. Now, the benefit of having a VRF system in place is that the replacement of the existing system would be sized down, because again, it doesn't have to handle the current output that it's the current space or the condition that it's currently running at. And we could, I could certainly look into what that size system would look like if you were interested in seeing a dollar figure associated with that cost difference, right, between having a VRF system in place and using that as a backup secondary heating system versus just outright replacing, doing a direct one-for-one replacement. That's certainly something that we could explore for you.
I just see, we talk about reduced maintenance savings, I think you had 46,000 or something in there for reduced maintenance costs, but I think this is a significant maintenance cost potentially when these units start dropping offline. I mean, I would assume the plan is not to just continue to run them until they all die and then say, oh, I guess we'll just spend more money on electricity.
Right, and I will mention, so those operating maintenance savings were only based on the comprehensive energy efficiency project, so that doesn't take into consideration the maintenance savings of changing over the existing RTU system that's located at Charles Wright. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I would just like to add one more point. So with the, I think the primary focus with all the data and information that we presented to the council prior regarding the scope of work, whether it was the chiller replacement at Silas, Deane, and the air handler replacement, the VRF system installation at Charles Wright, or the comprehensive energy project, I think the top priority, the top focus, if the council were to consider these solutions, would definitely be the comprehensive energy efficiency program that's currently being offered, because again, this is the last year to utilize that program, and unlike other solutions, of course, I'm sure there are state grant funds that are available, or if the town wanted to go out through like a bond, secure a bond to cover those projects down the line. I think one of the greatest benefits to the town right now is that this program is offering that 0% interest solution, where the town essentially doesn't come out of pocket for anything, and they see real savings on their utility, a reduction in their monthly utility bills day one from the project, while that 0% interest loan, the $1.9 million, is being repaid. So I think that, just to reiterate, that certainly a hot topic item right now, that would really, benefit the town, especially when it comes to implementing a new energy, the new NV5 consultant, to kind of eliminate those, like you said, Councilman Pentelow, focusing on, what can we do today, kind of condensing that scope down and really focusing on other areas that the town can really benefit from. So there was one last bit of info I'd like to provide. So
one more thing, if I could. We talked about timing, particularly the supply chain issues with the Charles Wright project. Do you have any update on that? Where we stand as far as is there a drop dead date or?
So with the project in whole, but specifically the VRF systems, so those are running a bit of a lead time right now, depending on the manufacturer, the supplier that we go with. Of course, we're not limited to one specific. We could do Panasonic, we could do LG, we could do Mitsubishi. It really fluctuates anywhere from 10 to 20 plus weeks. Depending on the manufacturer. Now, of course, costs are all similar. They're all essentially the same system, really just name brands that differentiate them. But if you wanted to do the VRF system this year, because it is invasive in the sense, not that you're installing ductwork, but you do have to go into every single classroom to run piping, the decision ideally would be made on that within the next, couple days. Because if we're looking at doing a summertime install, really early March was kind of the deadline, but, within the next, week or so, we really need a final answer if we were to start ordering materials to meet that installation deadline before school starts in the fall.
Fred?
Yeah, I was just going to say, given what we have from MV5 and the fact that we just received the proposed agreements late this afternoon, and you all haven't had a chance to review those, I just think it would be prudent to bring this back at the next meeting. We'll give an opportunity for MV5 to connect with Garrett and his team, get any questions that they have answered, so that we can present those to the council at the next meeting. Recommend bring it back.
And timing-wise, Garrett, that's still feasible for this program?
Yeah, for the lighting project, we do need completion by the end of the year, but luckily lead times aren't as significant as that with the VRF systems right now, or the chiller replacement. So, yeah, when is the next, just out of curiosity, it's the 20th, right? Every, first and third Monday, so. Yeah, I think we could still get the comprehensive energy project for sure done, so.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments on this? Now, do we need just a motion to table to the next meeting, or?
Yeah, you can make a motion to table to the next meeting, that's fine. That way, you bring it back, or?
What's the other option is obviously vote on it, or?
You can vote on it, or you can just let it lie and we can bring it back when it's ready, kind of a thing,
Mhm.
but,
Yeah, I don't think we need to make a motion to table, we just take it up at the next meeting.
yeah, if assuming everything gets resolved and we have, make the connection with MB5 and they're able to work with them and provide a recommendation back, we can put it on the next agenda. And if it's not ready yet, then we'll make it the one after that.
Okay. Sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And the next one, Adam is here from Titan. This is the Green Skies solar project at the high school. I think most, if not, no, maybe Councilwoman Clancy doesn't recall. This was brought up to us a couple months ago as a potential project at the high school. I think there were 3 bidders for the project to look at solar installation, carports at the high school, student parking lot down there, and what we could gain from utilizing solar for not only I guess it would only be about 50%, you said, for the high school.
Yeah, about 50.
Yep. Behind the grid, we take the energy. It's not one of those where it's a virtual net metering where we lease it and then we get a revenue from, others using that energy. This would be our energy at the high school.
Yep, exactly. So would it be helpful for everybody? I can kind of do this one of 2 ways. I can give everybody just a quick refresher on what the proposal was, just I know it's been a while and that might be helpful. If you want to put it up on the screen, I can do that. I can give it verbally, whatever works for everybody. Anybody have a preference? Just want to make sure that everybody's kind of like, it's been a couple months since we looked at the project.
We have it here, right?
I think we,
Or we don't?
I don't know if we've got it in our,
It's okay if you don't. I just,
no, I think, Adam, if you go verbally.
yeah, sure. So just a little bit of backstory, because I guess there is kind of a lot of backstory in this project. I first brought this to the attention of the town manager, I believe, the interim town manager at the time. The opportunity that CCM, the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, has a renewable energy procurement program. Much like we had assisted Wethersfield with traditional energy management, so we helped the town and Board of Ed purchase its electricity using third-party markets. So, you're in a fixed contract for a period of time, which, by the way, has done extraordinarily well. We fixed your cost at 7 cents per kilowatt hour for the supply. Meanwhile, Eversource is at 24, substantial savings. So doing some of that work on the renewable energy side seemed, to make sense at the time. So we put together an RFP that was issued through the town's official channels. That was a solar and a storage RFP. The solar and the storage projects are actually mutually exclusive from each other because the incentive programs are different and the intention of those programs isn't the same. So different pools of money. So you kind of go about applying differently. They're not connected. I think a lot of people intuitively, when they hear solar and storage, they think that the solar is charging the battery. It's not how the program works. It wasn't how it was ever going to work. But I just put that out there because we had 2 two ideas for that location. And we focused on the high school after having a few conversations about where in town could solar make sense. We were looking for new rooftops, parking lots where we could have good scale. I think at the time, and I don't know if this has changed or not, I think it's still probably the case, the number of good rooftops in town for solar was essentially zero, right? The high school was the newest, but even 5 or 6 years old, some concerns about the air handling equipment on that roof. So, I don't like to try to force a project where it doesn't fit. So the next best thing is that, where can you put it? Can you put it on the ground? Can you put it in a parking area? So that's why we decided that we would hone in on the parking lot, because you have a huge expanse in the back of the school. We stay off the roof, keep it clean, keep it in the parking lot. So when that first round of responses came back in 2021, this is really an opportunity for the market to speak and kind of tell you, okay, what can you do? The battery was a flop. The economics just weren't there. And the solar was okay, but at the time my recommendation was to hit the pause button on it, and that was for 2 reasons. One, this was kind of in the period where the Inflation Reduction Act was starting to change a bit and actually increase that investment tax credit back up to 30% from where it was going to be, which is about 22%. So that was a big advantage that I thought the town should just wait and capitalize on. And then also, in addition, the incentive program, which basically governs this entire universe of solar. The iteration for the year 2 of the NRES program was going to include an additional adder for carports. So between the Inflation Reduction Act improving, the incentives increasing, my recommendation at the time was, let's bid this out again in 6 months and see what we get. So that's what we did, and we got 3 of the highest qualified solar developers in the state to respond. We didn't get any bites on the battery again, unfortunately. I think that in the future that could definitely change where a battery could be applicable here, because these systems, again, they're mutually exclusive, so you could do one now, do one later. But the results that we got back, we ran the savings analysis on that, and we ran them 2 ways. One, with your current cost of electricity being the benchmark for what the savings would be. Well, that's kind of artificially low because, for one, we managed to time the market perfectly for the town when we locked in your supply a couple years ago. But I wanted to, as a worst case scenario, show at the bottom of the barrel, what is the solar going to do for you? And then the second analysis that we ran is when your current contract expires for electricity supply at the end of this year, where are your rates going? What is that going to look like in terms of the savings performance on this project? So on the very low end, commodity markets, timed to be as low as possible, the annual savings on that project, and I just would preface this by saying there's absolutely no cost here. So there's no fees for the CCM program. There's no fees for Green Skies, which was the winning bidder, to install, own, operate, maintain. They do all that on their dime. And in the worst case scenario for the town was about $20,000 a year in savings, and over the lifetime, using very, very conservative projections of cost of future energy, is about $800,000 over the 20 years. If you use current market rates, you're at about $56,000 per year in savings, and then about 1.6 if you use that methodology to extrapolate out over time where the costs are going to go. So you do this project in 6 months, the NV5 contract's paid for. It's the kind of project where I think it's neat and clean. It starts to really address what I think this council is trying to do, which is make some moves into the renewable energy space, start to reduce your costs, do it in a way that's responsible, that we did through a competitive RFP process. The power purchase agreement that Green Skies put forth has been thoroughly negotiated by Holler and Sage. They've done plenty of these agreements in the past. That is actually to the point where it is good, clean, ready to go, fully negotiated. I know the town probably spent good money to do that. So where I come in today, here now, is The intention of this process was to try to usher you through to get to the next NRES auction period. So the way that the solar incentive programs in Connecticut works, that's highly competitive. There are lots of projects, they all want limited funding for reasons that, the mayor mentioned with electricity prices doubling or tripling over the last 6 months. You can imagine everybody's like, it's like a feeding frenzy to try to get this money. Case in point, the categories of the projects are small, medium, large. The small is a first come, first serve, and we don't have to harp on that too long because this isn't a small project, but the funding for the projects were literally exhausted in one day when the applications were accepted. So February 1st, it was just an onslaught. We're in the medium and large category, and the way that works is we basically tell Eversource, hey, we need certain, X number of dollars back on this project to make it financially viable for everybody. So it's kind of a reverse auction in the sense that they go through and they select the applications that are the lowest bidders. So you have selection risk, and we're anticipating it's going to be highly competitive. So the more chances you have to get into that program, the better, because it's highly likely that you might need more than one opportunity to submit your application and get accepted. They occur every 6 months. The majority of the funding is released for March. There's a smaller amount in September, and then it starts again. So, where we are today is, one singular project, likely about $50,000 a year in savings. The PPA document itself is shovel-ready, meaning it's fully negotiated by Holler and Sage. I have zero personal issue, and not that whatever I feel really matters in this case, but I'm highly confident that if NV5 reviews the power purchase agreement, talks to Green Skies about the technical aspects of this project, by all means. My request here today is that the applications are due by March 14th, and it's not even a sure thing that we'll get selected. Like I said, we'll probably have to do it more than once. I instructed everybody who bid on this project to hold a number that I thought was achievable, so hopefully we won't have to adjust that. But in order to be able to submit the application for the project, we need the power purchase agreement executed, so that's kind of the next step for us. If NV5 can do that in the next couple of days, that'd be great. If they can't, it's a great project. I think we did what we set out to do, which was run an RFP for the town, represent your interests, get a good project, pick the right developer, get a good contract in place, and tee it up for you guys to make a move on. Let's see. That's the extent of my notes, so any questions everybody has, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions for Adam?
Just, Adam, if we miss the March 4th deadline, what's the ultimate implication of?
You apply in September.
Yeah, so the majority of the funding is released for the March round, and then there's a smaller portion in September. So that kind of puts you in a little bit of a dicey position where you're fighting even over a smaller number of dollars.
Right.
And then March 14, 2024 is the next round. So the sooner the project gets built, the sooner you get the savings. So if you calculate opportunity costs into things, it's, my intention will be to try to help you guys get this done as soon as possible, because what's going to happen for sure, and I know this because Titan does the electricity supply contracting for the town, you're at about 7 cents per kilowatt hour now in your supply. You're going to be going to about 11 or 12. So the town's electricity costs in a matter of 8 months. This isn't like, I'm not trying to be like doomsday about it. It's just kind of a fact of life that this is coming down the pike, and it's coming down soon. Projects like this, they take a significant portion of one of your biggest users, lowers the cost, caps it for 20 years. Again, gives you a nice clean project that you can go and do any number of things around it, to sort of, use some of that NV5 money to help identify projects. But this is a laser-focused, buildable, kind of teed-up, ready project that I think would serve the town really well over time. So what I'm asking for the town to do, if that's possible, is, take the PPA that's fully negotiated and ready to go, and be able to execute that by the 14th so we can get into the NRES program.
And one option, Mr. Mayor, is the council could move to authorize me to reach out to NV5 and connect them with Titan and kind of go through the process of reviewing everything. And if they feel satisfied that it meets the town's needs, that you'll authorize me to execute the PPA in accordance with the negotiated agreement. If they don't, then we'll just have to go to the next one and work through. I mean, that's one thing we can do.
And I'd encourage that. I think this, between reviewing the PPA, reviewing the technical aspects of the project, I could answer any questions that they might have. I mean, this kind of stuff for NV5 is not outside the box. It's a very straightforward single project PPA solar deal. I think they'd be able to give you some insight. And if it doesn't go our way, it doesn't go our way. That's fine. I think they'd be able to give you a pretty quick turnaround.
And to their point, in their notes are that they just didn't have the information to make the.
Yeah, I would give them all the technical documents around the project and show them a copy of the PPA. We could speak to the process we ran, which again was public RFP through the town's channels through the finance office.
Okay.
And if
Is
it's
this,
not enough.
yeah, I was gonna say, just so I understand this, so basically we vote to give you approval to turn around and still make this bid?
Before the March.
Before the March deadline?
Assuming that our now energy consultant
Yeah.
approves of the agreement, they'll be able to review all the technical specifications, and if they say it's a good deal for the town to move forward, then I will go ahead and execute the PPA. If they don't, then I won't.
Maybe it's a question for Ad. How long would, I don't know, how long would it take them to review this document?
Again, I think to Adam's point, I think it's probably pretty straightforward for them if they have all the data
Yeah,
in
but-
front of them. They just didn't have that. All they had was an unpopulated PPA that I provided them in their last presentation, which didn't have the specificity that they required to make the call on it.
All right, then I'm fine.
That way we get into this round in March where we don't have to wait till September and less funding opportunity in that round. And we would be at a higher, I guess at a disadvantage with the higher cost of electricity at that point.
Yeah, I mean, the end of the year is when the prices for power are going way up. Yeah, I mean, if NV5 doesn't think it's a good deal for the town, I mean, I would be surprised, but I would completely support. I mean, you guys, that's what they're for, right? To review things like this. So I've been in their shoes before reviewing other people's projects. I could tell you that, it's certainly possible for them to give you an opinion by like Friday.
So we would meet the deadline?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Tuesday at 1 o'clock is when everyone turns into pumpkins in the solar world. So that would be the goal, utilize this week if possible to get their, formal opinion from NV5.
And you're confident you can do that with them?
I'm hopeful that they were able to turn this around without the data, and this is what they came up with, I think, with the information. As I said, we don't have this, so we can't really make that determination. Now, whether or not their workload is going to allow for that, we'll have to determine, but my guess is that they probably turn it around pretty quickly.
We should keep in mind they did this without even having a contract with us. So,
Right.
We can even provide Adam with a copy of the comments so he can have a heads up on what it is they're going to be looking for.
Yeah, and I would say a direct conversation between them and Green Skies, if Alan Curto from Holler and Sage has any input that he wants to offer. I can show him the calculations we did to substantiate the savings analysis. Whatever the case, whatever they would need, we could get them.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
Counselor Forrest is up.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Need a motion to do that, so.
I'll just, it's a, I think that there's a potential way forward here. I'm trying in my, and maybe this is the law of mind go, and I admit, as fuzzy as it is at this moment in time. I'm trying to formulate a motion that would make a decision to enter into a contract that we still have to get a lot of information on, and we still haven't heard from our consultants on. I could see, even in the short time frame, if you wanted to keep the window open, although there's a lot of concern about putting this council into a position like this, that I have a little bit of skepticism, because I feel like this is a pressure tactic on the council, and it's not necessarily, this has happened by other people.
I know, but in fairness to me, I mean, this is not the first time that I've been in front of you guys and been very clear about the deadlines.
Yeah, I understand.
So it's not, and I don't make the rules, Eversource does, so I kind of just try to guide people through. I just want to make that clear.
So, but I do think that NV5 can take a look at it, or our consultant, and they can go through, you can do an analysis. And if you think that it's good enough to bring back to the council, we can have a special meeting for 5 minutes and approve this, whatever it is. But I just don't, there's a nebulousness to, well, if it looks good, and there's a lot of information that I haven't even seen what the recommendations are from our consultant yet. So I'm just in a little bit of that, I'm in that area where we're just, if the council thinks it's a great thing, we've got a special meeting procedure that we can act very quickly on. This council can be very nimble if it wants to be. The mayor can be very nimble, call it in 24 hours, we're here, all you need is 5 people, and we're good to go. But there's a lot
Did I tell you my son's hockey schedule for the next?
My son's hockey schedule.
Yeah, so, I mean, in fairness, this was more, I was looking at it more out of a courtesy to utilize the consultants that we just agreed to hire. We don't technically even need to. That's my point, is it's like Adam's been working on this forever. It's been, everything from what he said, it seems like a rock solid proposal. There's no upfront cost to the town. This is more of just a courtesy to involve MV5 on the project. I don't even necessarily need to run it by them. So I think to Fred's point, we could just have him turn it around, and if they give the thumb up, it goes through as proceeded. That's just my opinion.
And to be clear, that's all it would be. It would be it's not going to be a negotiation, it's not going to be a back and forth. It's going to be here's the agreement, here's all the information. Should the town execute this or not, in your professional opinion, as our energy consultant, yes or no? We're not going to get into heavy negotiations or involvement into beyond that. And if they can't provide an opinion, then I won't make any, or they provide a negative opinion, then I won't take any action.
And this is, I'm sorry, I know you've had your hand up. This has been fully vetted by our council as well.
Our council has vetted only the legal language of the purchase power agreement, period. Not the technical aspects or the monetary aspects behind it, which is what this consultant would do. Is it a good deal for the town? That's really what we're asking. Is this the best, that we can do in a project like this? Does this make sense for the town to do?
Councilman Lasser.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm okay with the proposal to have the town manager review it after. However, in taking into Councilor Forrest's concerns, is there a possibility that the committee, which is you, the deputy mayor, and Councilor Forrest, can be maybe part of that review? I don't think we need to have a special meeting. I'm fine with it already, but if the deputy mayor, because they already have this committee, and Councilor Forrest, recognizing he may have some concerns about this, I'm not sure, or just stated some, maybe that's a middle ground position. Is that something possible that this can be run by them in that, let's say you hear back from NV5 in a few days? I'm okay with it as is, I spoke it, but I'm trying to incorporate some of his concerns.
Well, I don't know if,
my opinion.
You bring into 2 other counselors. If one is a no, one is a yes.
I'm not going to be the deciding vote on that one.
I think, we have a town manager for just that role.
Yeah. I was just trying to come up with something that, since they have the committee, they've been working on
Right.
it, but, yeah.
We have a meeting scheduled for Friday.
You do?
Already, the committee does, so we could certainly make it a topic of conversation.
Just an idea. I'm okay with going forward. I thought it made sense, but I knew that Counselor Forrest has some.
Do you have your hand up
I
earlier?
did, and it seems super nebulous to me, and that may just be because I've missed everything that's happened.
Grab your-
I'm sorry, I keep not doing that. And it may just be that I've missed everything that's happened prior to this. Do we have a photo of what this thing's gonna look like? Has everyone seen that
Should-
already?
Yeah.
I think
Can
it's-
I see one? Someone pass it down over here?
Is it in our packet?
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I don't
where
believe
did I
so.
see it in?
I have not seen it
I
anywhere.
can get you the.
All right, thank you. That would make me happy.
Yep.
Okay.
Good nighttime reading.
Yeah, I bet.
Mike, that good?
Yes.
So, myself, I don't think I'm qualified to evaluate this proposal. This is pretty heavy stuff. That, looks like a good deal, but I would rely very heavily on people that we just hired to advise us. At the first go-around, they gave us a lot of questions that seemed pretty valid to me, so I don't have a problem with having them review it and telling us whether it's good or not. I don't know the right mechanism. I written down special meeting on my paper before we started this conversation. I don't know if that's the way to go or just to, turn it over to the town manager. Me looking at it on Friday isn't gonna change anything. I don't know what I'm looking at, to be honest. So, that's why I supported hiring the consultants. Give us advice, so.
So that leads us back to where we were. How do you want to?
I mean, could we do the motion and then at the end say something to the effect of, like, pending NV5's approval? I mean, before a certain date? Before the application deadline? So it would
I
be
think so.
something along the
That's fine.
lines to approve the PPA with Green Skies and authorize the town manager to execute any and all documents required as part of the agreement pending approval from MV5, our newly appointed consultants.
That's fine.
Do I have to say that again? Okay.
I heard it.
All right, I'll make the official motion. I'll make a motion to approve the purchase power agreement with Green Skies and authorize the town manager to execute any and all documents required as part of the agreement pending the agreement of MV5, the approval of MV5.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Motion carries. I believe, did I hear ayes down at the far end? Okay. Just one nay.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam.
It's only 10:15, we haven't even gotten the party started yet.
Town manager's fantastic. I told him that 5 times.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about it on Friday. We'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
Now I will,
Didn't give big speeches. It's all right.
Trying to work out.
this is at the point where I thank, this is at the point where I thank the town manager for coming up with the consent item agenda. Acceptance of resignations from boards and commissions, they are all in our packet. The resignations are in there. There are a number of appointments afterwards. There are 3 bids that I believe engineering has put before us. The spring paving program, we heard at the last meeting 2 weeks ago. Town manager has some comments he wants to make on the classification and compensation study from Evergreen Solutions.
And just quickly, for the public's awareness, classification and compensation studies is a standard study that should be done for an organization our size in particular, at least once every 5 years, if not more frequently. It hasn't been done here in town for many years. In fact, I can't find a past one. And what this does is it looks at all positions in the town, makes sure that they are properly classified, that the job descriptions are correct, and then it compares what we provide for both salary and benefits to surrounding communities and like communities throughout the region, and then comes back and says, this is where you rank, and this is where you need improvement, and this is where you're okay. The importance of that is that we have, Sally can tell you, she's in the audience, that there are certain positions we have that the turnover is extremely high, like in excess of 25%. And we cannot maintain effective government if we keep losing people like that. And what we're told is the reason is salary and benefits. It might be one or the other, it might be both. But we need to get those things in line. And again, this is something we do over time, but we don't know what to do if we don't have the data to support it. So this is to do that study and provide that data. So there'll be a full report provided by Evergreen Solutions, and so we look forward to moving forward with that.
Will you move the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yep.
Move the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Hearing none, consent agenda has been adopted. Approval and ordinances and resolutions, there are none. And unfinished business, Millwoods Urban Act grant funds.
Again, this one, Mayor, we've covered at the last few meetings. We've taken comments from council members. We've shifted some projects around. There's an updated proposed project list in your packet. Items 1 through 12 on that list, which you'll note include things like planting more trees and park landscaping, and it does move some items down below the line for optional consideration, and that includes that paved parking lot on the southwest of the property, and also the gravel lot by the upper fields. And again, that's based upon the conversation we had here. We really need to move this project forward. We need to get to the state the list of projects we are going to be doing with these funds. So I did put this on unfinished business, and I did provide a motion so we can hopefully move this along and ask for your consideration. I will note too, this was presented to the Parks and Rec Board, and they fully approved the list in front of you.
It is on page 500 of 505. 505.
Feel that way, doesn't
Is
it?
the
What page is it really on?
402 of 407.
402.
402.
Is there a map on here?
Now, did this take into I'm sorry, I heard what you were saying. Is this before or after, this list before or after our last conversation on this?
It is after. It's been adjusted since then.
Okay. So it took into some of the new trees that I think I heard.
I think the beach improvements were added.
Bathhouse and beach improvements, yep.
Nothing with the restroom facilities.
No, I think that's on the bathhouse and beach and upgrade facility amenities. Is that
Yeah,
that?
Physical millage.
That's in the pond area.
I think the restrooms referred to were recently upgraded, right? So, yeah, so they were
In the bathhouses.
no, the bathhouse, that was separate, but to your point, they're not accessible to the general public. It's only for those that are
So I talked about that, what used to be a concession area.
Yep.
Is that it?
Are those Are you saying those have been updated to restrooms?
Yes, the ones near, the ones that are closest to the lighted field.
Yeah, I'm talking about the small building that's,
The brick building?
That concession stand does have power, and it does have a hot water heater, it does not have cooking facilities.
does it have restroom facilities?
No.
Does it have access to sewage lines?
No.
You're talking about the one by the water.
No,
Mhm.
right across from the entrance, yeah.
Sally, can you, just so we're not violating any,
I think they have more info.
You want Kathy to go too?
so your idea, and Tom, I'll let you talk about it, is to upgrade that bathhouse with restrooms, and there's no restrooms there currently?
It was a concession stand in front of the bathhouse.
Okay.
There's a small building which was a concession stand, or it actually is a concession stand. And it does have light, and it does have limited power. I think previously, when it was used more as a place where, you know, if there was like candy or something being sold, you know, something that was prepackaged, where it was just a transactional place, not a cooking or warming facility.
Can you speak about the plumbing? What's available in the building for plumbing? Is there a sink in there?
There's a small sink, there's like a hand washing sink.
And do we know where the water goes? The wastewater?
I would have to trace that out, I wasn't
Okay.
aware of that being a.
So my thoughts were to convert that into a restroom facility. For the public.
There would have to be an engineering study about how
Yeah.
that would.
No, I understand
Yeah,
that.
I can't speak to that right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Kathy, could you, are the restrooms available at the pond to the public? Or you have to enter, you know, with your pass and then go into the locker rooms?
I honestly always thought that if somebody, well, when the pool was open,
Yeah.
and if somebody came through into the building and asked to use the bathrooms, I would have thought our staff would let them.
Okay.
I've not heard anything that it's been an issue.
But those facilities are closed down after the swimming season?
That is correct.
And they're locked. They'll, I probably drain the pipes or whatever they do.
Yeah, they do need to winter,
So
yeah.
when people are playing, the kids are playing soccer there,
Well,
they're
when
not
we-
going to have access to a restroom other than porta potties. Correct?
That's correct. If we were to have any type of an event in there up through October, we still have the ability to open them. It's just when we have to make sure they get winterized at the appropriate time. But they are actually locked up once the swim season is over.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So what you're talking about is fall baseball for those fields that are up above the pond, and then any events in the spring.
Montanaro there, any of those.
Yep. And converting the concession building to,
I mean, I'd like to have both, but I don't know that, it's not that big of a building, so I have no idea if you could put all that in one space.
I think if you created actual restrooms there, they'd have to be ADA compliant, you'd have to, yes, you'd be very limited.
It's not that big a building.
No, I know.
You would need a much bigger footprint, at least similar to what we have available over by Lighted, which are men's and women's bathrooms, ADA compliant, 2 stalls each, sinks. That kind of a footprint building is really almost the minimum of what you would need.
I don't know if I'm free to talk.
Mhm.
I'm still hung up on pickleball courts. I think we should use the money that they described as infrastructure improvements, and I'd like to see more of what we have there fixed and not add any more. I think we're jamming too much stuff into Mill Woods, and there's members of the public that feel that, you know, Mill Woods should be the sports complex, and I'll remind everybody that the location where you're talking about putting a turf field, a synthetic field, that abuts people's backyards, and people on Griswold have dealt with traffic just like they have on Highland Street. And it was envisioned as a park for not just athletics, for taking a walk, for reading a book, all kinds of things. And we keep adding and adding and adding, and I think you're overutilizing the property. And we have 30-something acres of land, not all of it's usable, up on Highland, and I'd rather see any new additions put over there. And I'm not alone. I have people sending me letters saying that, so. It's kind of like not in my backyard, but it's okay to have it in Mill Woods. I think we should scale it back and fix what's there. You want to enhance it? I have no problem with all the drainage and the upgrading of the fields. I'm glad to see that the pool filtration tanks were added, but I don't agree with the gravel parking lot by the tennis courts, and I don't agree with the pickleball courts.
Councilman Hill?
Thanks, Mayor. Kathy, quickly, for the beach improvements, does that include like sand replacement and like what kind of specifics can you give there?
We were looking at sprucing up the beach, both the sand and the grass, bringing in some, but we have some picnic tables there that aren't the greatest, bringing in some picnic tables, looking at some benches, some trees, kind of sprucing up the whole area.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what needs to be done on a town-wide level. There's just so much to done. I think we have a great opportunity here with the money that we have. And Deputy Mayor, if you look at this, really only thing you're adding space-wise, other than that tennis court parking lot, is the pickleball court. Everything else, I mean, there's nothing on here that's adding like the larger fields or anything like that. And I think this is really good at addressing a lot of the issues that I think we have with Mill Woods. I'm probably going to agree with Ken. I am a big proponent for the pickleball courts. I think it's a really, there's a lot, just as many letters as we have not wanting to expand. We have probably just as many people reaching out asking for them. So I'm in favor of the pickleball courts. And then, of course, parking is always an issue everywhere we go. You know, we talk about the parking on Highland Street, how horrible it is, and how, you know, on the streets, and we're trying to figure that scenario out. But same thing in Mill Woods. I've been there when my children were smaller, and people are parking on the grass and, you know, in mud puddles, and they have nowhere to go. So that particular area over by the tennis courts and the proposed pickleball courts, it's not in anybody's backyard, and I don't think it would really affect anyone negatively. So that's my thought process on that. Thank you.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of the list as we have, and I want to point out that the Parks and Rec Board and Kathy and her team have fully looked at, obviously it's our decision, but fully looked at this as what is best for the town and for that pot of money that we got from the state, which was specifically geared for Mill Woods improvements and upgrades. And the Parks and Rec Board and Kathy and her team worked very hard to come up with this list, and I'm in full support of the list as presented, 1 through 12. Thank you.
The only question I had, maybe you can answer this, Kathy. If we were to do, again, I'm just looking for compromise here, because I do see that playground equipment repair and replacement was sort of, an optional project. I tend to agree with the deputy mayor as far as utilizing it to repair what we have. I think that's been a common theme in town. But I'm dying to try pickleball. So is it, would there be any sort of, if we constructed 2 courts instead of 4 courts, would it be, again, just assume it would be 150,000 in comparison to 300,000, or is it kind of a fixed cost?
We got the cost because Glastonbury just did the courts, and theirs came in, the 300,000 came in higher than they anticipated. So you're getting your money's worth with the 4 courts, as opposed to if you cut that in half, you're probably looking at 200,000 potentially.
Okay, all right. But that remaining 100,000 could still go into repairing things that need to be repaired there, especially, the playground equipment especially, for the kids.
I don't
see the playground equipment taken out, so I missed that.
Yeah.
Thanks for bringing that up, I missed
Well,
that.
I know we haven't gone through the budget yet, but the CIAC committee recommended $50,000 in the capital improvement budget that's going to the manager. So I figured, well, I can take it out of here if maybe I might get it the other way. So that was also part of our thinking when we looked at it. And I don't know if that we should spend $200,000 on 2 pickleball courts because of, honestly, the demand we've been getting. I can't tell you, I would tell you that once a week I'm getting a call or an email from somebody about pickleball courts in town.
How long would construction take for 4 pickleball courts?
Oh, I'd be guessing from point of hiring someone to design them, build them, and have them all ready to go. In today's climate with everybody building pickleball courts, it's true. I mean, I would say, the way things have been working for us, it's probably 4 months, if not longer. Just the process of going out to bid and everything is a month. And first we have to go out to get a designer, so it would take some time.
Has there been any thought into other locations? I know we mentioned Webb School last time we talked about this. Does it have to be at Mill Woods?
For this funding source, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't take that 300,000
Correct. Yeah.
and move it. Okay.
But we could build them elsewhere.
Sure.
With what funding?
They could be built elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I can, is it all right if
Well,
I speak?
If I may, just the idea of putting more congestion in that area. I know there's the softball field that's behind it, behind the tennis courts that's used for soccer. Would new pickleball courts and new parking affect how to get back to behind that field back there?
The parking would be between the tennis courts and the pickleball courts, so you'd be pulling in to park there and then walking from there to the softball field.
Is there parking there now?
Pickleball
I don't have a map in front of me, it's making me crazy.
Is there parking there? Well, people pulling off on the grass.
Yeah, but do
And-
they park there and walk behind to the softball field now, in that grassy area?
Sometimes, yes, but not as a regular, it's not like a regular grass area that they'll pull in.
So once that parking lot is put in there, people can park there to access the softball field, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. It's hard, I wish we had that map again, I think I have it
I
somewhere.
might still have it.
And then with the trees that are currently there, would those trees that are next to the tennis courts and then where kind of the parking lot would go, Do we have an idea of how many trees would have to be cleared for the courts and the parking?
Not at this time, probably some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm seeing at least those 3 big ones, and then where it slopes down to where the brook is, Golf Brook is. I just don't know if we can, I just don't know if it could fit in there.
It actually was a suggestion from the town engineer. We had asked Derek to look at it and see what, and actually, he was one of the ones that saw it as an idea for, see, it could fit there.
He looked at the topography and the wetlands and everything, and said that he could fit all that in there.
One more comment, if I may. So I just want to remind everyone that there is a potential private development of pickleball courts in Wethersfield. That's,
I'm sorry, Tom, can you please say that again?
there is an outfit that is, I don't know if I can say they're in negotiations or they're seriously considering purchasing a piece of property in Wethersfield and having indoor pickleball courts, indoor cricket, and
Volleyball.
volleyball.
Badminton, I think. They're British.
Well,
That we don't have to pay for.
Yeah.
That they pay for. I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Forrest?
Thanks. Generally, the list is fairly accurate. I mean, it seems for the need-based. But when we talk about, I coach Little League, we all have our moment in time at this park, I'm sure. But to Tom's concept, we have a real lack of basic facilities that are in good shape. There's no toilets on the right side of the park. There's like 9 fields over there.
And 1 porta pot.
And 1 porta potty that's on a slant.
Yep. In a muddy area due to poor drainage.
And I'm just thinking about, it doesn't matter, it could be whether it's pickleball courts or a gravel parking lot or whatever, like, getting the facilities in great shape that, and I think a lot of us are up here, that we have pride of place, that this is a nice park. I have a higher priority in my mind is getting good facilities that work well, where you have like basic amenities. No one's lighting a field really right here, right? That's on the bottom of the list, but maybe a toilet would be nice. At a place that's convenient to a lot of the fields, especially with our consideration moving forward. And as we talked about before, I think we had a general consensus last time we talked about this, that I think over the 20, 30, 40 years that the park atmosphere has sort of deteriorated, and a lot of that's just because we got to plant a bunch of trees with a little bit of thoughtfulness, and that's doable. It's a big deal, but it's not a huge lift. So if I were looking at this, I do think the pickleball courts and along with like 7 and 8, along with the parking lot, it really feels jammed into that space. So you are just, it's kind of like I'm imagining it like the Wethersfield High School, that area over there. It's just tennis court, after tennis court, after tennis court, after pickleball court, after pickleball court, after tennis court. And that's, I don't think it's the right spot. I think we need them. I'm not, and I could easily see it. We're talking about indoor tennis courts. I think at the Greenfield School, I could see pickleball courts, indoor pickleball courts there. I could see an indoor outdoor facility there with some space over at Greenfield, or other locations around town that match that. But if we're talking about 7 and 8, $425,000, I would love to get decent backstops, some facilities to go to the bathroom, have the boosters community come in. For $1,500, we could put a sound system. By a sound system, I mean like just a regular PA system like that most other places have at the Little League field. Like, there's a lot of little things that really enhance that area. And when I look at maybe some of the budgets that we have for planting trees and park landscapes throughout that entire park, which is pretty big if you really want to go all the way from the ambulance down to the pond, it seems like some of those numbers are a little late to start to re-transform that into this beautiful New England area where you can play tennis and have the trees around you. You can play ball in the back, have the, in the fall, and have the trees around you. Have a facility that you're proud of, you have a microphone that works, and not this little 1980s microphone, when somebody's coming up to bat, or the basketball courts have nets on them, and the rims aren't bent, and the rest of it. And it seems like those are higher priorities than 7 and 8. And to the extent that the 425, that if this council decides that they want to add a facility in the back there, boy, having that 425,000 for additional parking that works in the back there, maybe some grading, a little bit of help creating another facility that we know we need, which is a field, I think would come in very helpful. 100%, I get why we need the pickleball courts, but I don't think we need. I don't think it's the highest priority of that particular park at this time. I think it does fall off. So I think I agree with Tom on that aspect of it.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, thank you, Mayor. So I don't want to be the spokesperson for pickleball, although I enjoy the sport, as you all know, and play it. But I do want to get to community demands. Have there been, so you mentioned getting a letter or an email almost weekly that we don't have it, and many of our neighboring communities, as we all know, do have dedicated pickleball courts. We're certainly behind there. But are you getting some of these other concerns as well, like Tom and Matt are bringing up that we don't have, are you getting constant demands for more bathroom facilities, parking issues? Are there complaints about that in terms of whether we might put gravel lot and the concerns on 7 and 8? Are you hearing from people about those particular issues?
I'm not. Our bathrooms at Mill Woods, the utility building that's over by the lighted softball area, softball, Little League, skate park, that whole area, those bathrooms we unlock for the evening. We don't unlock them during the day. Unfortunately, they get trashed. I hate to say that. That's why the portalettes are in the park. I've always wanted to put a counter on portalettes, because I don't know if people use them or not. But they are in the park, and they are used because we know we get issues with making sure they're cleaning everything. So they do work. They manage. That park is our only active park that we have. It's got our fields. It's got our beach. It's got a lot of things in it, and that's where we've put everything, because that's the way the parks were developed here in Wethersfield. Mill Woods was the main active park. If you think of our other parks, they're smaller and they're less active. And so looking at Mill Woods, we've always looked to put the active stuff in there, because it is sort of, where we have the lights, the trees are all around it, so that's not a big deal to the neighbors. The trees finally grew up tall enough. Where some of the fields are in the upper fields, it's just the fields. So when you talk about a PA system and everything in the park, that we get complaints from the neighbors. Whenever they get tired of hearing we're announcing this ball player coming up, but they know it's only a certain part of the year that happens. So it really is why we've looked at Mill Woods. We've always needed parking in Mill Woods. As all of you have said, everybody does park on the grass. The gravel parking lot by the tennis courts is in the Mill Woods master plan. We just threw in the pickleball courts because it fit there. It'd almost be an exercise like the manager did with Keisha Farm. We were looking to see where could we fit pickleball courts. And that came up out of the engineer's office. And it wasn't something we thought of right away, but it made a lot of sense to us. So that was the only reason why we looked at it that way.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, just looking at some simple math, pickleball courts and gravel lot by tennis courts has to be kept in there for the funding of it. That's $425,000. I heard Councilman Pentelow, Deputy Mayor, talk about playground equipment and repair at $25,000. And to Matt's point, over the years, some of these amenities have worn and need replacement. So, would there be any appetite to move the 25,000 up for the playground equipment and repair?
I would.
And,
Appetite for that. I mean, if you've got, I don't know, you might have to take something else off.
right, well, we can, that leaves us with 400,000 to play with.
Oh, we're
And
not taking pickleball courts off?
I mean, I don't have the appetite to put pickleball courts right in that location. If we can talk about funding, that in the budget or with ARPA, we can definitely do that at a different location. Or even see what comes to fruition with this private development that's under consideration right now. The softball field replace sport lighting. That's currently, it's a lit softball field right now.
Yes, it is.
This is the one behind the green bathroom next to lighted?
Yes.
Okay. That's 300,000. I mean, what's the need for that? Are the lights out? And I guess a better question to go along with some of the other items that were on our agenda, are there better, more efficient lighting that could be used in that outdoor baseball or softball field?
Yes, those are very old light fixtures that still work, but we've been looking to fund them to replace them for a good 6 years now.
And there could be energy savings by replacing those with less, LED lighting or something like that.
That definitely could happen.
Could put that on NV5's agenda to look at what type of outdoor lighting would best suit our needs in both a lighting aspect and a savings aspect. That's $300,000. That's like for the pickleball courts. So now that saves us, now that is $100,000. Some portion of that 100,000 could go into engineering design for the concession stand switched over to a ADA compliant bathroom. Would that work?
I don't support that.
You know, because it's ADA compliant? Okay.
Others may.
So tell me, ask you a question about that facility.
I mean, I don't know how much it would cost to design and retrofit that to a bathroom.
I think we'd have to expand the footprint is what I heard, so we might have to build a new building. So that design might be more costly. It's not just retrofitting that building because it's too small.
I mean, I've been to facilities where it's a lockable, male, female, ADA compliant. I mean, it's just, to your point, I think, Matt, there are no bathrooms out there, and you've got 1, 2 T-ball, 3 Little League, and Montanaro Field out towards the road. There's no bathrooms over
But
there.
to Kathy's point, they're closed during the day so what's the point of building new ones if we're just going to keep them closed?
To her
We-
point, no
We
one's
would have to
demanding
change a
it.
policy or something.
Yeah, people. Just because no one went to Kathy, I mean, I've been on the baseball fields before, it's awful, unless you want to go on the porta potty, and I don't know, it's just, it's not our best site, it's not our best view.
I agree.
It's just not our best.
It's like Fuller Field, if anybody's ever played flag football or soccer on Fuller Field, there's one right in the corner there.
The only reason anybody uses a porta potty is because there's no other option. That's, when your teeth start floating, then you go.
Councilman Forrest?
From an efficiency standpoint, and my brother they just installed new lights at their Cromwell Little League field, but it's local Little League field. They did that Little League field with the new LEDs, and it's a whole different system than we know about. It's not Cotone or anything. Under 100,000, and it wasn't even like 90. I think it was like 80. And they had a couple people, maybe a couple construction guys that were local that helped them out. Maybe we will too. Maybe we call that 100. I'm looking at this for 300.
And from an efficiency standpoint, like use of the park, getting more time and more fields available, replacing it for 300,000, I think we'd have a better benefit from actually lighting another field and getting more field time than this particular replacement item. So I'm not sure that was taken into consideration, the ability to do that, and what the new cost the actual cost to construct something like that is, and it may have gone down a lot since it's a different type of construction now.
Just to let you know, Matt, that the quote for the lighting of the softball field was from Musco Lighting. I got that quote in the fall. We've been on their list, just even if there were grants available. So I did check with them again, just to see what we were looking at. So it's not as small as a Little League field?
For sure. Yeah, it's not, I'm not really comparing one to the other.
I'm just saying we could never, you're right.
Because it's a lot much, it's three times the size of the field.
Yep.
Right. But as far as the efficiency of the use of the field, we already have one that's lit, available at night. Taking what I'll say is a third, but numbers have to come in, and we actually would increase our field usage by actually lighting a different field instead of replacing these particular lights. So it's like efficiency. We actually, instead of spending money to get exactly the same amount of use out of the field, you could spend the same dollars and actually get more. So there's maybe some consideration of that kind of a concept moving forward. And whether it's even if it's a soccer field or a multi-use field, right? You could spend money in a multi-use field and actually now get more use out of the field instead of just replacing it and not getting any more use. But
Would you consider lighting classic? Is it?
No, I would not.
I would not either. I mean, that's right in
you
the,
have to consider it. Like,
oh,
to consider
I
it.
mean,
We've tried, I'm sorry.
I think Sally has something to add.
Also, when you're suggesting putting in new lights onto a new field, you do have to consider the engineering costs, the photometrics, what is the proper lighting array for that, so that you're also not interrupting any, if there are homes or anything else like that. There's a large additional cost, the engineering, the design, when you're outfitting a new field versus when you are changing out lights in a field that's already been lighted because the infrastructure in that field is already there. And so there's those other auxiliary costs that you need to bake into the project cost when doing something that doesn't have anything.
I know.
In addition to the excavation for the installation.
Yeah.
And where you pull power from.
Mm-hmm.
Kathy, can you educate me a little bit on that? We have this drawing from Derek. The pickleball court's that much smaller than a tennis court?
Yes,
Okay. Because it's substantially a smaller area than,
yeah, it's not as big as the 4 tennis courts that are there.
It's like you get almost 2 on one, right?
Yes.
so the two that we relined, they're hardly, they're only using half the court, basically. The two that we restriped at Stillman,
Yes.
you,
Well,
Here's your expert.
yeah,
I play on those courts, it's about
Yeah.
half the size.
they're half the size. Okay.
Okay.
So that looks, you've seen this drawing? That looks
That's the scale?
realistic?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
So I don't know, I don't know if we have any consensus on pickleball or gravel. I think I've said it, and a couple others have said it. I don't feel that is the best location at Millwoods for those. I do like the idea of the equipment replacement, as we'd said. I don't know where Councilman Force is with the lighting at Fusco softball field, taking that and considering another field or repurposing that 300,000 elsewhere. But I think what we got to do tonight, unless people want to consider it, and then work with everybody up here to come up with an idea of what we want to have that $1.4 million pay for. Is there any consensus that we take out the 300,000 for pickleball and the gravel? Is there a majority for that?
Not for me. I don't support that. I support the recommendation of the park board.
Agreed. I said, I'm like, can we meet somewhere in the middle? But then per court, it's like, it's 100,000 per court was what Kathy said.
Right. I mean, I just,
We get 4 to 4. Pat,
Huh?
which way do you go?
I said meet in the middle, but apparently that's not an option.
I mean, has anybody really delved into this since the last meeting to think about different ideas on this, moving some things around?
I think the park board had a lot of discussion about it, but.
It seems like you've got at least the top, you got 10 on the top everyone agrees with. I feel like you got the 25,000 everybody agrees with, but if I'm wrong, you could at least move that much, and then, there's some ideas that we're kicking around here, and maybe we have to flesh them out a little bit more. Or do you need all 1.4 today, or can you take 1.2 of it, or whatever it is?
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy, if I remember correctly from the park board meeting, these 12 items that the board is recommending are in priority order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if that number 1 is the highest priority, obviously, and number 12 is the lowest priority. So
Yes.
the park board would take off the lower ones theoretically and to replace those with other ones based on a priority order. Is that correct? If we were to move things around, based on just the recommendation. of the-
Based on priority order, yes.
Good, thank you.
So what is the general consensus on these pickleball courts right now? Because
I
I
asked
feel
that
like
5
that's
minutes
the
ago.
sticking point. It's just, I feel like everything else is doable. We all agree that there needs to be improvements, but it's just the pickleball courts, that's where we're hung up
I
on.
mean, it's 300 and, well, because
It's 300,000.
it's 300,
I
but
don't know about the 8 too. I don't know if 8 goes with 7 automatically or not.
No, it doesn't have to.
Doesn't have.
it doesn't have to, but you go there at any time people are playing tennis, those 8 parking spots in front of the tennis courts are taken up, and now people are parking all the way up to the skate park or in the dirt heading out by Methodist. So I don't think you could put 4 courts, I don't know how many people play pickleball, 2 to a side, or is it 1?
You can have, yeah, you have
You play doubles, too. so-
It's always doubles?
No, you can play singles. It's mostly played with doubles.
Mostly played 4, that's 16.
That's 4 courts.
And 4 courts, yeah.
So I think parking would be required for that if we did put courts there. So I think 7 and 8 go together. I think even taking 7 out, I think you would need 8 just for practicality, that parking in that area is pretty bad, as they're already parking underneath the trees going up towards the boat or the bathhouse. So.
You're opposed to just approving the items that we agreed to on tonight?
I think we could do that. I think we could, to Matt's point, vote on the 10 without 7 and 8 in there for right now. Bring 15 up. And we've got 400,000 to work with. And then, unless, we get a majority vote for pickleball and parking lot. I mean, I guess maybe what we could do is, take a vote to take 7 and 8 out for the time being and bring 15 up, and that leaves us $400,000 that maybe we could look at pickleball and parking elsewhere.
But you have to use this money
But-
at Mill Woods. correct?
Right,
Okay.
and then we could then further
So it's
consideration for Fusco and improvements to the concession to possibly convert that into a bathroom.
There's still 16 on the table, no? Like, it's a big discussion point that we haven't even gotten to yet? No?
Item 16?
Yeah. Someone's gotta pay for that. And then you can always use your ARPA funds to put any pickleball courts anywhere else, 'cause and then that opens up the ARPA money.
Yeah, but the 1.3 is gonna take up.
Or
the
17.
entire
I know, Mike,
budget,
you were interested
And then
in
you're
17.
back to where we started.
I mean, I'm definitely
I
not
was gonna say,
interested.
if we're talking between that and pickleball courts, I'm gonna say pickleball courts. But if the synthetic field at Mill Woods is on it, I'll go the other way, but.
I don't think,
If you put that on there, you wipe out the whole list.
That's what I mean, I'm like,
Right.
that just doesn't,
No, because you don't pay for the whole thing out of this. That's just a shell game with the ARPA money. Then you just don't have to use the ARPA money as much of, right? So if you've got 400,000, now that field is a 1.3. Now you only have to use 700,000 of ARPA in order to get it done. And then you can go, we can do anything we want, because the ARPA money is nice, free reign. So you're protecting the ARPA funds to go other places.
Kathy, did you give any credence or look into the pickleball courts at Webb?
Very briefly, I talked with the town engineer, with Derek, about it.
Okay.
And he looked at it very quickly and said that he took the dimensions we were using for Mill Woods and said that he wasn't sure that it would fit, that it would have to go very close to the sidewalk. And that was all. We didn't really get into it that much.
Okay, thank you.
And the only thing that concerned me was that they built the tennis courts high, and that grass area is low. So you may have to do the same thing. I'm not sure why they did that. I'm guessing drainage, because that grass area is very wet.
Okay, thank you.
So,
yes, sir.
so you're saying that that whole frontage on Wells Road at Webb, you couldn't put pickleball courts there?
No, Derek looked at it quickly.
Right.
So he just said he thought it would have to be moved closer to the sidewalk for space. But it was a very quick conversation, so I don't want to, I can just tell you just the brief conversation we had.
That seems to me like a large piece of property there. You could-
It's really not. I drive by there all the time. It's really not that big.
It would be the same footprint as those two tennis courts,
Yeah.
because it's basically twice the size.
Fit. I think it's something we could explore.
keep going, so we're still hung up on pickleball. Where else is there the courts? Like, where's the other, just Stillman?
Oh,
Is that it?
it's just at Stillman right now. Right, the only pickleball courts in town are Stillman.
Right, we put pickleball lines on the tennis courts at Stillman.
Okay, so basically, just so I could ask this question, you're getting a lot of demand, and clearly one court at Stillman isn't enough?
There are two courts at Stillman.
I know,
I'm
but
sorry.
Is there lines of people, like, playing them? Like, lining up to wait their turn to play, or, like, I'm just trying to, I mean,
There may not be lines of people waiting to play, but there are
There are groups.
tennis.
utilized.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The courts are shared, there's
Yeah.
tennis and pickleball,
Yeah.
and it's a tennis net, so they're really tennis courts with pickleball lines, but you can play tennis there, and sometimes people are playing tennis, and there are people waiting to play pickleball,
Okay.
and sometimes there are people playing pickleball, and there are people waiting there to play tennis.
There are pickleball players who are not happy that it is a dual court and it should be dedicated to just,
We had to put a sign up there, pickleball only, and some folks that play tennis were really upset about that. The Parks Board took the sign down, and it's dual purpose now for tennis and pickleball. And we don't want to pit the tennis folks against the pickleball folks.
What are we a
We
turf
want,
for?
we want to have enough for both.
It's like the Jets and the Sharks. Okay. I mean,
Well, go ahead, Pat. You're on.
yeah, I feel like we're hung up on just, I mean, look, if the park board approved it, at this point, it's like, yeah, just move it forward, because I feel like we're hung up on this one little thing. You know, do we need the gravel parking lot by the tennis courts if we put that in?
You need it anyway.
We need it anyway?
Probably need it.
Is there anywhere else that you would think of to put? Because I had suggested once behind Keenan Memorial, and they said that, no.
Wouldn't work.
Because there's some space back there by the basketball court, isn't there?
No, because I think the
That's hard.
Historical Society has plans for that property.
I thought we owned it.
Well, we could also, we have ideas, and I may be wrong, I can't remember. They have plans for that property neck between the basketball court and the trail? I may be mistaken.
Where are you talking about?
Behind Keeney? That could be,
Right now, it doesn't go back as far as the basketball courts are still there. And the
right.
plans that are there.
And I think I am mistaken. I think the plan for the pathway to the
Correct.
boot
It goes
off
on the other
is
side.
on the other side
Yeah,
of
it's on the
that.
other side of the parking lot.
The plans would be, if ever, to increase parking, would be to utilize that. Yes, sir.
If I may, can I put a motion on, and then we can vote it up or down?
Sure. Well, any further discussion? Okay.
So I move to approve the Mill Woods Park Improvement Proposed Project List using the allocated funding through the State Urban Act grant.
Second.
Further discussion?
Just to clarify, that's 1 through 12? That's what
1
you're-
through 12, as proposed by, in the manager's recommendation, yes, 1 through 12.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Nay.
What do you got?
I got it at 4-4.
4-4? Fails.
Okay. Tie vote, motion fails.
Well, can we get a roll call on that? Thank you.
Counselor Carbone?
Aye.
Counselor Clancy?
Aye.
Counselor Forrest?
Nay.
Counselor Hill?
Aye.
Counselor Lesser?
Aye.
Counselor Pentelow?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Nay.
And Mayor Rel?
Nay.
4-4.
Thank you.
Okay. So, I'll make a motion that well, we're not going to have Dan at the next meeting either.
No.
So, and I know this would be near and dear to his heart. And if I make a motion to remove 7 and 8 to further discuss, Cristobal tells me it may be a 4-4 tie vote again, so.
Aren't we done with this item, though? I mean, it's not on our, what you're doing. is not-
Yeah, I guess well, no, he made a motion to approve.
Make an alternative motion.
Anybody can make a motion.
Right. But to Kevin's point, in the late hour that we're at, we can simply move this on to the next meeting and have discussions a little bit more in depth on 7 and 8 to see if there's some alternatives.
If I may offer another option, approve 1 through 12 minus 7 and 8, and designate the remaining funds from those two items for other park improvements to be determined. and we'll bring it back. And that way, at least we can get something into
Up
the
and moving.
state and show them that we're moving forward on this. 'Cause
Right. They were getting antsy.
Yeah.
Okay. With that,
Do you want 15?
yeah, 25,000.
Thought we had consensus on 15.
That was the playground repair, yeah.
You're gonna make, I just,
15 and 14?
I would be more comfortable moving this, and I know, Mr. Town Manager, that you want to get something going, but I just feel very uncomfortable doing this all kind of like back of an envelope math on these major, I mean, the Park and Rec Board, Kathy and her team, Derek, Sally did a ton of work on this, and we had an up or down vote, so I feel very uncomfortable just kind of moving things from column A to column B just because we think it might be a good idea. I'd rather kind of have a bit more, maybe go back through Park and Rec and get some recommendations there. They're there for a reason. I'd like their input as we begin to move forward.
Again, I'm just concerned about the timing of this. This has been, I think, the fourth time this has been before the council. The state has been pressing us to provide them with a list of projects that we're going to use for this. So I think if we send it back to the Park and Rec Board and back to this, we're looking at probably another month. And I just don't want to jeopardize this funding. We're already kind of up against it. So I think we'd be better suited to get something forward. And I'm fine not moving things from column A to column B. I don't disagree with that. But just leaving that other money undesignated, you just leave it very general to say other park improvements, something to that effect, and then we can come back and have that conversation with the park board or with whoever.
I feel more comfortable doing that as opposed to just taking items and moving them up, if people are all right with that.
Okay.
So we just need a motion to approve 1 through 6 and 9 through 12, and then, and
Add
the remaining,
15?
the remaining balance, no?
Don't add anything else.
Oh,
So what
No,
was the
that's what I mean.
original
And
motion?
The unallocated funds would go to other park purposes?
Other park improvements, yeah.
Other park.
To be decided at a later date.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the Millwoods Improvement Proposed Project List with the exception of items 7 and 8, using allocated funding through the State Urban Act grant.
and the remaining funds.
Remaining funds.
Oh, and the remaining funds to be utilized for other park improvements at a date to be determined.
Second.
Sue, did you get that?
I believe so.
Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Maybe we can task Dan with coming up with the 425,000 because he's not in attendance.
I think he's got it.
Per our conversation earlier tonight, Councilman Lesser at the 11:15 hour will make a motion, and then I told Councilman Lesser that this will be a motion to table until the next meeting, the citizen recognition guidelines, potentially without the input of Councilman O'Connor and with the input of Councilwoman Carbone to work with Councilman Lesser on that. That way we can get this ball moving. Okay, motion, no, it's just tabled. Stays on the table. New business, none. Public comment, seeing none. Executive session. So I'll make a motion that we recess for executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.